Alright, about to start, I think. As long as things are still working. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hopefully I'm not lagging. Alright. Let me know if I'm like lagging or something. Sometimes I have to like reconnect my internet just to make sure it's has a good signal. Sometimes I swear it'll just be like really bad. Alright, so in this stream, I've been starting on like the conversion of like Halo 4's campaign, areas. I'm gonna do this like to all the areas that like I feel like will benefit it from the most, because some areas like you can't tell a ton, but other areas you can. Like, I mean, just like this starting area that you just saw. Like you can I changed the pipes, and like basically every texture you see on this level has been swapped out. So like some of them were like obvious to me at least, and then some of them are almost same, kind of. You would have to see a direct comparison, I guess. So what I'm going to be doing is, yeah, just kind of updating these and refining them a little bit and making sure I hit them all. I only went through like half the BSPs, and like I think I've gotten most of them, because every time I go through a new one, it's like, oh, I already hit that one. Because it's, again, reusing, like a lot of these are reshared, throughout the campaign. But I mean, just little areas like are looking so much better. Now, one thing I do want to update is you look at these textures. You see how they're green? They're actually supposed to be gray. It's just really bad compression. Like they couldn't. I don't know. Like every texture in this game that was compressed too much turned green, and it's like that in the retail game too. And then it's a little more obvious in Sapien right now, because Sapien's a little brighter than normal. But yeah. So I'm gonna try to like update that, without actually like taking too much more space, because I think I can like re-import these at like almost the same size and not have any of this green shit. I'm pretty sure I can. So I'm probably gonna do that too a little bit in this video. Like find some really bad spots, because if you go to like certain spots, like you're like, damn, dude. Like certain spots, I'm like, man, that kind of looks pretty good, Like certain things are kind of coming together. Let me look at the chat. I just seen Ashina Al saying peak. Hell yeah, appreciate that. Can't be a bad comment. But so like these textures are getting a little more and more detail. Let me go and so like actually what I was gonna say, the reason why I'm in this BSP is because like I just got done like replacing like this. So you're like, wait, there's like no texture on that kind of layer. It's a basic one. So like literally a second ago, in retail MCC, it looks just like that. So like there's like several areas on the map. If you actually just like go in the BSPs and look at all the grid textures and just see what they're assigned to, like you can go on any BSP and just like just click on a texture like the grid texture, and then you can see where it's assigned to in Blender. And I'm like, damn, dude, there's like several areas in this game that just have no fucking texture. It had some okay UVs, because I'm not re-importing these BSPs, because I'll have to set them up a lot in Blender, and I don't know, like I don't want to cause any more issues. Like I want to at least finish a few things before I start doing shit like that. I don't even know if I'll get to that point, because I would need a team to get to the point of reconstructing these BSPs geometry, and like, because at that point I would just recreate them from scratch, and that would take way too long without a team. But so just like areas like this in the game, like literally had no texture on it. That's what. Long story short, there's areas with no texture, so I'm even replacing some areas like that with something generic, because again, there's not like a texture made for it, and I could find a texture and adapt the UVs to this, but again, without re-importing the BSPs, I'm kind of having to just to make do with what I got right now. And like if there's like some people that are like, hey man, like we'll rebuild all the BSPs to look like Halo, Bungie, maybe Halo Infinite style, mixture of that and like Bungie style, then I would say sure. But you know what? in the meantime, just doing some fucking big improvements, or what do you call it, home improvement, but for Halo 4. I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's basically what's going on. Let me switch over to some other BSPs, and then I could kind of get another. Oh wait, it's over here. Can get a better view of some other stuff that I've been changing around. Here's a good one. It's like there's still some, like in the later BSPs in the level, there's still textures I haven't hit. And there's other stuff that I want to do, like if you look outside that observatory and you see like how everything's like that, there's like a low poly LOD type version of the level outside the windows, and I kind of want to just delete that and see if I can load the BSP instead. So there's like basically it just has that BSP loaded at the same time, so that like it just looks how it should, because I don't think on PC or for this mod, we're not trying to fit it on a 360, we're trying to just get it to look as good as it can, pretty much. Then you got like stuff like this hallway. I mean, this hallway actually already looks pretty good, but like being able to like look at certain things, you end up kind of crawling up these, so you get like up and really close to them. But the way these lights, reflect, and like even the lighting with the new textures looks a lot better. And then what I'll do is I'll try to make like a retail versus like new, versus mod kind of thing. That way people can see have like a really good view of what things did look like and what they look like now. And again, some textures kind of looks alright already, and I'm not like upscaling them or anything. I'm just converting these to PBR. So it's like they look like a lot better and more realistic and everything, but at the same time they also like aren't like super high resolution or anything still. But I will say these textures look like they got helped out a lot from being PBR now, even if they're not as high resolution as I would like. I like this room. It looks a lot. The key map on the window is quite jarring from the ship interior. Oh, I haven't done the Q maps yet, so don't even look at those. Yeah, I haven't even done the Q maps. I can't use the Q maps from the game because they're too low res, so like they look even more jarring. You know what I mean? Like this is just a Q map from the map I made. You know what I mean? So these Q maps are placeholders. So yeah, don't like, if you see something that's like weird, I mean, feel free to point it out, but it's probably because it's not even done. You know what I mean? So like the reason why I did change the Q maps again is because these Q maps don't work. These Q maps, this placeholder one, this one works with PBR. But if you have the old Q maps, then everything's shiny as fuck for no reason. So you can't really use old Q maps, and that's why they're placeholders right now. And I'm just changing. I'm just gonna try to get rid of those areas with really shitty LODs. Areas like this, like everything in here is PBR right now. It's not like some huge drastic change, but when you're like playing in person and you see this like compared to like the original, that's when it's like, oh fuck yeah, it's way different. Everything just looks like it has more depth to it. You know what I mean? Like this doesn't look like before, stuff like this just looked like the most like flat image ever, and with like it looked like if you were to paste like just a diffuse only texture, and then stuff like that. But it is a little more shiny than before, and I was gonna kind of keep the roughness on it, but then I was like, I'll kind of decide that like besides liking it being a little shinier, I'm like where is it? I've been doing some reference photos that I kind of liked how like these original reference photos. A lot of Halo 4's original references were a little bit different. So like I'm gonna like try to go more with this vibe, you know, um, in the mission right now. I'll show you what it looks like now. It is really bright and it doesn't really look amazing, but here's another one from the same artist with the same idea. Trying to make it like dark and a little bit just frosty looking, kind of cold, and you know. Right now, it's not really that way. This is like you can see like what it used to look like, a very early photo with just some art over it. Uh, kind of, and then here's Josh Cow's like photos of the first level. He had like this really gray, shiny aesthetic, and that's kind of what PBR-ifying everything did to it. Anyways, it kind of just made it a lot more like that. Like if I like go to that part of the level right now. I even changed like that texture right there. It was just a generic, like the most flattest like texture that it didn't even look like anything, you know? Like it was just a flat like gray, you know, no texture. And then, you know, there's just like little things like that that it's like you don't even notice because you run through the level, but then until you like look at every texture in the game. So like, you know, it still has those white, kind of like white walls, but it's the metallic and stuff kind of brings these in a little bit more towards like those original concepts a little bit, not like entirely, but kind of like a little more of what that is. Not a lot. Again, there's still a lot of that like it'll look more like that picture once I like change the light maps. I'm redoing the light maps to not be green or blue or anything. So like before they were like really green. I kind of just want it to be like how that image is, so it'd look a little more like that because I want it to be green, you know. And then let's see, there's some other reference art too. What other ones? I might change the first part of the mission to look. I did change it to look like this in my mod, but I don't know. It's so early. I might still change that. And I kind of changed my mod around to be a little more like that because it just has a little more depth in it. You know, this is like an early build. This is just, you know, the vibes of the first mission for Halo 4 before they changed the art style. You know, kind of keep those vibes in here. I wish I could just outright change all of these objects. I would, but I don't think that'll be on my high enough, you know. There's like so much things I want to do, but it's not like super high on my priority list. You know, I thought this was interesting. I don't know if anyone's seen all these concepts. I'm sure you guys have, but this is like an early block out of the mission because they were just testing out screen effects. But look, this first level actually looks a lot more like Halo 3. Dude, I'm telling you, like the first ideas they had for everything was way more aligned with Halo 3. Like this looks more like the Halo 3 you know, cryopod. This like wall right here resembles like the way the corridors looked more like how they had those like, you know, all the Bungie 343 ships, or not Bungie, all the Bungie version of the ships, not the 343 versions is what I'm gonna say. All the Bungie versions, you know, they have like all the insides of their ships have these like big internal like you know, core, like just like this, you know, stuff like that. But now that's like different now. But yeah, I was trying to go through all the concepts real quick, or the references and stuff for it. Let me see the comments. Looking at the models you implemented, you are a step above every modder doing similar things. Appreciate it. I mean, that's the other thing with this mod is like, man, I've like had like I had like H2A replacements, and then I got rid of those, and then I'm trying to do it, bringing up to Infinite, or like Halo 5 is like the lower quality bar, but like Halo Infinite is like what I'm aiming for, you know what I mean? And some stuff like it's like I don't know if I'm going to be able to replace or if I will. Like I kind of want to try to do everything if I can. At least with like for example, a lot of stuff still hasn't got imported yet, just because I have to like get good at animations, like like the fuel rod, for example. Like I would have done that already, but I'm just waiting to get like the proper animation set up, and once I learn that, I'm gonna like apply that knowledge to like everything and just knock all that out at once essentially, and have like a whole bunch of new stuff like that. But yeah, I'm constantly like replacing stuff, so like even in my own aspects, I'm constantly like upgrading stuff, and that's kind of why this shit takes so long. Because I mean, like better stuff becomes available, you know, and then it's just like, man, it's like it never ends, you know. But luckily, we're getting to a point where that's kind of stopping. Like all that stuff kind of plateaued, and I'm basically like at a point also where I'm just like sticking to what I got, you know, because I don't got time to keep updating this mod forever and then never release it. And then just like the Halo 2A multiplayer cleanliness. Kind of like that, you know, a little bit. Kind of does have that feeling, I guess. I had a question, and I don't know if it's been answered before, but why does the LMG not have the reach animations? Oh, it is. Like, stuff like that, like, I tried to make it obvious that, like, that is a placeholder. Like, in my video and in the description, I'm like, guys, there's stuff, if it doesn't, like, just work 100% completely, you know, it's a placeholder. And if there's some stuff for models, like I might update, like I might add like a light to a gun, you know what I mean? Or I might like change the numbers on the AR to like a different kind if they look better. You know, I might make changes like that to some of the weapons that are like more done. But some of the weapons I have like are just like either still the original Halo 4 or Halo 2A, or they're just like a random thing in place of what I want it to be. You know what I mean? So that it's, you know, that's basically what it is. You know, it's just like a placeholder. And again, like I was just saying, I haven't done anything with new animations yet. I haven't done one thing. So as soon as I like get new animations in, then like the LMG, the fuel rod, all that shit is gonna be like the first thing I do. You know what I mean? That's kind of why I was saying that, because like there's, you know, there's like some things like that I haven't even touched, and people will be like, "Hey, do this," and I'm like, "Oh, don't worry. That's just like, you know, the starting point." And then it's odd that the ship still have power to take place after Halo 3. Should have the monitors turned off. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, there could be like some spare power crap or whatever. I don't know. It's in the future, you know. They got like power cores that last for like a decade for like huge ships, apparently. I'm just kidding. I'm just gonna pretend they already had the Forerunner technology. I'm just kidding. No, I do like it when it's darker though. Let me go to the first BSP. It looks like okay, so like when I relit the map with the same like level of lightness and brightness, it looks so much brighter than it should, or than it did in retail. And even though whenever you put it in MCC, it looks even darker than it does here. Here, let me show you this beginning part. This is a test. Like, this isn't what it's gonna look like. I've been messing around with the lighting. So this is if I changed every light from green to white with the same level of brightness, and this is how it looks. Which it's not like terrible, but it's almost super gray now, and I don't know. Like, I'm kind of figuring out like how I want the lighting to be. I might actually make it like a very small hint of blue, so it gives off like a little bit of that frosty vibe. But like areas down here, like it looks so much brighter now, you know. And again, it'll look darker in MCC, but I still don't think it'll look as dark as retail, which I like. The darkness isn't something I disliked about retail. It's more of the fact that it looked like it had a filter on, or like a bad filter green. You know, it looked like it had like one of those 2012 filters where everything was just like hard as fuck to see, and then the lights were, you know, bright as fuck too. All right, and then let me get to the next comments because I keep rambling and forgetting to read. It's hot. Okay, and then what's up, Spartan Tanner, and how's everyone else doing? By the way, I haven't even called everyone else out, but I've read your comments. The Halo 4 Spartan FP first person rig is different from Reach FP. That's why the LMG doesn't. Yeah. Well, that's why it doesn't have it. But it shouldn't be hard to like put those over. You know, like they have similar enough bones. You know what I mean? Like, especially the first person rig. Like you got, you got like the tip of your thumb, the middle of your thumb. Like I'm pretty sure that's mostly similar. So like I might be able to, get those to work fine. I might be able to. If not, though, like that's why I'm gonna learn animating so I can adapt things and just make new stuff too. Like stuff isn't like a lot of this stuff. It's not as hard as I thought. It's more just, man, it just takes so long. It just takes forever. What's up, Tanner Tan? That Master Chief model looks fire. Highly appreciate it, Rit. Yeah, that's like my 4th version. So like that's good. That's like the main version. And I do still have it planned to have a cut level. It's not really a cut level, but there's like a missing mission, and and it looks like it should have been on Infinity, and where you get like new armor or something. But yeah, there's like a missing mission. Like there's a 04 and a 06, even though they're swapped in place. So like I'm sure a whole bunch of weird shit happened and changed. But it kind of seems like there's a missing mission now because of that. So what I'm going to do is put a mission in between that where you're just on Infinity, and then you just go get new armor, and then that's just like the mission. Like that, it's not going to be a real mission. Maybe like some side fun things to like, fuck around with, but more of just like a little context story, or so now like giving you a reason to have new armor. But I don't know if I'm going to do that for sure yet. It's only if like one, I can finish that level in the next year or two, because like I'm not going to work on this mod for more than 2 more years. I want to release it in the next year, like hopefully a year from now. I want to release it before fucking Halo campaign Evolved. That's kind of my goal. But I don't know. It could take twice as long as that. And if it does, then that's the longest I'm working is 2 more years. And then if I do, then I'll be like also learning Unreal shit that I have to get good at. And I'm learning animating and shit, but like again, I'm not learning, like I'm just starting to learn all this shit, and I want to be able to apply it to more stuff and do more custom content, you know what I mean? So like it's just hard when you're doing overhauls because you get stuck in this shit, and then after, you get to a point where you're like, oh my god, maybe I shouldn't have done this, but then, at the same time, like I'm already committed to it, I'm at least committed to releasing something, you know what I mean? Like it may not be like the full vision I had, which is like something that would probably require fucking like at least 10 people, but at the same time, like I'm gonna at least get like all the like everything that has the most bang for the buck, like these textures. Like I feel like I can get a lot out of changing them, and it doesn't take that long, so that's why I'm doing it, but sorry, let me keep reading. Corbin, have you seen my video of the mammoth working in Reach? No, I've only seen like, I think Drake or Shotgun's version of that. But dude, I'm like, every time I see someone like with a working mammoth that's not like a hardcore, like that's not like super like confined to this little map, or it's not even like the way they handled it was so weird. It's like almost on a guardrail system, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't even like a real vehicle that's being navigating, that's like navigating around. It's like they just made it like this guardrail type. That's what it seems like in Halo 4. You know what I mean? Where that's kind of what it feels more like. And I don't know. They should have made it a proper vehicle for like at least some part of the mission. Honestly, if it was a complete darkness, it would be a different experience with the flashlight. Dude, yes. And like the flashlight. Now, you can't natively put a flashlight in, but I'm sure you can through like object scripting or something. I bet you can get it working like the same. And honestly, I bet if I can get someone with a little bigger of a brain than me to like help me with like getting like the object scripting, then I'm probably gonna do that and utilize that. Because right now I have this little secret, this vision down here. But dude, this is like Visor, but I don't like this because the thing is it Visor or Forerunner vision, is what it really is. It's changed up, but this shit it only allows albedo or diffuse, or whatever to pass through. So like you see how like you can. That's basically what this is what Halo 4 looked like to me before PBR. I'm just kidding. It didn't look that bad, but it kind of looked a lot more like just all albedo diffuse. But yes, I don't know. I just hate how that happens. But because I like how it looks in some ways, but man, if I could just make it look mostly like normal and just like make the brightness turn up or something, that would be way better than whatever the fuck this is. You know, it just kind of reminds me of how ugly it looked or can look. and again, the lighting is part of the levels. It's early. I still need to. I'm thinking about going with a very like similar to this, but like a little bit in the light blue area. And again, that's mainly because these damn early concepts. Dude, this was a reference for my training grounds maps lighting. It actually kind of looks good with it. Like, it actually kind of looks similar. I mean, trying to balance it with MCC and lighting and stuff, since somehow it's different than Sapien. It was a little tricky. I don't know why I put this in here. I just thought it was funny, kind of. I just was like, what the fuck am I looking at? And I just wanted to, like, laugh at it later. I'm not going to reference that, though. This is what, like, I was thinking about, you know, like, updating, like, some Halo 2 or Halo Wars stuff. See if it can look good enough to replace the Mantis. I don't know. This is Masters. I was like, oh, that's kind of a little neat take on the whatever the fuck the flying guys are called. I had this just had like that old style Promethean kind of down there, so I'm not sure about the fucking war speaks. I used this on a project. You know, the HUD for this game looks more bearable when it's like this for some reason. I mean, it's still a little too pointy for me, if that makes sense. what if the HUD was like that? That would be fucking terrible. I'm trying to. You said, hold on. Corbin, have you? No, you said device machine. I'm trying to get the Marines to do somewhat walk around on it. By the way, do you know what volume sample? What the volume samples is? I don't know. I mean, maybe you would just use it for something in scripting, you know, like refer to it to like get some information. I don't know. I'm one of those people that insanely terrible about like I feel like I can have like 1 billion hours on something and I'll still like be so bad at talking about stuff on top of my head without like, you know, like trying to recall and like understand what other people are talking about sometimes. Like I swear, like when it comes to like labels and words, like I can't remember shit. But then it's like at the same time the procedure of it, it's like kind of easy for me. This reminds me of Doom 3, but cold. Oh, the Mantis Watcher. The Halo 4 Brute from the introduction cutscene was huge. Yeah, he was. Dude, I was thinking about having a Brute that got like captured by the Cubbies that like were like, fuck this Brute kind of thing, because, you know, they were schisming and, you know, they had like the Banished, and then you had some like, you know, Covey split factions, and that's like something I would expect. You know, I don't think that's a crazy idea. I just think it was kind of weird that they wanted to like. It's like obviously those things probably happen, but it was probably way less likely than like, you know, running into like a Brute faction doing some shit. You know, because of everything that happened. You know, like kind of like the ones that were in the prequel books to Halo Infinite. You know, it's like I feel like those should have been the enemies in Halo. You know, in Halo 4. But, you know, that shit's... It is what it is. It's just weird. But yeah, so I thought about adding one, like a Brute as a boss and have him being, like, imprisoned. And then you, like, when you can either, like, release him and it'll kill everyone, including you, or... I was thinking about putting him on part of a mission where you're, like, at a spot where you can shoot the cage and then get it like busted open, and then have him like come out and kill everyone, and then at that point maybe like put it in an area that would be easy for you to like avoid, so that he doesn't kill you too, or maybe he'll just be your friend. I don't know. I feel like it'd be dumb if he like was your friend too. Then that's like some Halo Infinite type writing type shit. You know what I mean? Like, Eshram, you're like my war brother. As you die, I want to listen to your final words as you... Okay, because we're all just in this together. We're all just, like, the same on different sides. I'm just kidding. That's what they act like in Infinite. I was like, bro, no. Bro. These are the actual Infinite versions of the armory. Looks a little bit better, but you know what? I will not complain for what I got done so far. Anyways, oh yeah, I was thinking about making some variants that look like this. Anyways, alright, I got a little distracted. I got rid of it on both my Scarab and Mammoth. Funny how only... Maybe those were used to, like... Since I don't think you can do proper, like, pathfinding on a vehicle or anything, but maybe you can give it, like, some points of interest, you know what I mean? So, like, it's, like, kind of imitating pathfinding, you know? Maybe that's what those volume samples were. I don't know. Funny how you only find a gravity hammer in the final mission. Yeah, I know. I still think that's weird. It's like, I could put the gravity hammer on the mission that the Brute's in, like, kind of outside his cage, like he got, like, set down by someone else. Like, even this kind of looks kind of interesting. Now it kind of looks like it's coated in, like, some frost. Before, it just kind of looked like it was, like, gray or something with a little bit of a shine, you know? It's just similar to how it looks. Like, it kind of looks like that one right there the whole way through, but now it just looks like that, like, the white is, like, a little separate layer, you know what I mean? Kind of like it's coated in frost. And then, oh, I updated the snow in here. So, like, I mean, you couldn't even... Like, it was just, like, a flat image before. I'm trying to make it look like physical snow. A little bumpy, but... It's a little bit, but it's still better and looks, at least it has a, somewhat of a shine, even though it's not like PBR. I couldn't get it to look good in PBR with the setup I had, so I just like, you know what, I'll just adjust the original textures until it looks really good. Or better, I mean. Kind of like this area. Like even though there's that rotating shadow's gone, which I could bring back, even though I'm not even sure if I like that or not. Because I only relit this area, and then it extended to here, and then went to that hallway. And then that's why if you go in here, it's a different color. I didn't relight this. This is retail right here. This is just how it looks with the retail lighting and shit. I mean, there's stuff I changed in here, but not the lighting, and that's still how it looks. You know. But I might change this. I might just change all these lights from green to white to see how it looks, and then maybe go to like a more frosty color, and then adjust the lighting again so that it's just kind of like darker. Maybe make some more like spotlights. I want to maybe make some like dynamic spotlights. You know, like Destiny. They did a lot. They had a lot of great uses for that, like dynamic like lights where you can like kind of like walk through, and then instead of just seeing like, you know, like if you like walked out here, for example, like, you know, like I feel like there's like a light casting right here, you know, because you can see like how even this little door that I added later on, it casts a shadow that hits right here, you know. Or that extends to right there now. That used to go out to there, but that door actually, you know, is blocking it now. But the whole thing is so like I can make this more of like a dynamic light. That way, when he runs out here, you can see a shadow, and then, you know, other areas like that. I'm thinking about trying to do that. So like, cause something about that just makes the lighting look so much cooler. And then having it like really dark with a whole bunch of dynamic lights, maybe. I don't know. That might be the move. But I also like want people to see the the new textures a little bit. Kind of want them to be too dark. Otherwise, it would have been kind of like pointless to update this shit. Funny how you only find. Oh wait, no. The Gouda from Reach, I recall the Marines can jetpack on up on top of the Mammoth in 4. Yeah, they can do that too. They can do like all sorts of stuff. That's why I'm like, I would have to just go and reference that. You know, there's probably like so many little things you can see. You know, and be like, oh, what are these? There's like probably like markers for like random stuff and like that'll and luckily they always like, label them what they are. So then you know it's kind of like it's like so it's like not hard. Like a lot of stuff is pretty straightforward to figure out if you have something to compare it to. But you know, if you don't have shit to like, dude, if you're trying to do something in this engine that has never been done. Not before, like I'm not saying the devs didn't prototype an engine feature or something before, but like in a game, if it hasn't been done in a game before, so there's no like way to reference it, you know, like, you know, that shit probably isn't too easy to figure out, or you know, because you probably have to just do trial and error until you see what does what. Which I mean, honestly, that's kind of like how I learned how to do half this shit, just because of how it is. But anyways, let me make sure I read the comments, and then I'm going to go through and just finish the rest of these textures. I'm going to make sure I got them all. I'm not even sure if I did, and then I can kind of show, if you guys want to see, like, I don't know if did I show everything. There's like some areas I haven't shown, but we'll get to those. I'm not even sure if those areas are all completely done, but let's do that. Yeah, the ODST drop pod from 4 was recycled into Halo Wars 2. What do you mean that Bell-looking one? Like the one that tried to look like it was like a realistic NASA like pod or some shit, you know? Which again, like the epitome of Halo 4 and 5's art styles. Cool sci-fi idea, not cool for Halo. It's like Halo had like a foot grounded in reality and a foot grounded in just make it look cool. Yeah, you know what I mean? While like a lot of sci-fi games try to have both feet grounded in reality, and then the other half like have it just both in grounded and like make it cool. Or some shit's just so abstract and like some so far future sci-fi that it just looks ridiculous to me. I don't know. The Bell one, it's not even realized that. I mean, there's probably so much stuff that's reused, especially in Halo Wars. You know, like, overall, I love Halo Wars art style, but, I mean, there's definitely, like, 343 in the art style. I mean, but then it's in a way that I can dig, you know? Like, it doesn't... Like, that's why I like Halo Infinite's art style, because it's like respecting the original while it's kind of adding new stuff to modernize it, you know? Even though I wasn't, like, like, Halo Infinite, I think was peak for, like, UNSC and Forerunner. Banished could look even cooler than they did in Infinite. Like, some Banished shit looked cool, but some of it just looked so basic, like, it looked like it was being made for a different game or something, like if Halo Infinite was supposed to be, like, almost a step closer to, like, a Lego game, you know, the colorness and like the simplicity of like a Lego game, you know, like not entirely that way, but like a step towards that. Even like their ship, like this Phantom or whatever for the Banished, it just looks like it's from like a way more simpler game than like a modern game. Which again, like it's like Halo's art style is good in simple form, but there's like. It's like that you need a good balance, you know. I think you know Halo 3 had a good balance. I think Halo Infinite had a good balance. Like you don't want to be like too simple, but you don't want it to be too detailed in like Halo 4. Like there doesn't need to be like so much little fucking things everywhere. Like, what is that? Like, why is there a fucking like the same grates that are like you step on and shit? Like, why are they right there? You know, it's just some stuff. It's almost like they just changed it and made it that way just to keep like just to break up the simplicity. You know, for the sake of it, but not to like make it look like it makes sense. Anyways, sorry. All right, let's did I play the music yet? Okay, I did. It's so hard to hear. There we go. Turn my volume up. Alright, so I was on the BSP 16 lookout, so let's change it to 16 lookout. Damn it. Oh my god, what is it doing? Why would it let me fucking do? Oh, it's over here. No wonder. But yeah, like, I'm gonna try this on the Foreigner architectures too and see if, you know, if I can get them looking better. And, like, maybe get a good balance of roughness and metallic, like, that shininess, you know? Because, like, right now, they just look like they have a flat, like, reflection on all of them, you know? Which, it's like, it just makes it look too bright and simple and shiny. Triangular. With too many bits and pieces. And then this is also a placeholder. You know, I just kind of changed it up to get an idea of what I was thinking of, but you know, I'm thinking about completely redoing that planet again. I've already like changed it, but like I'm thinking about doing it a third time. Oh my god, what is happening? Did I load another fucking zone or something on accident? Oh yeah, so what I was talking about earlier about the ugly LOD area, like I want to change this so that it's just the BSP that you normally see. I mean, on top of the fact that I'm changing all the textures anyways, and it doesn't even look like this anymore. Like it doesn't look like flat and like white, almost gray. But yeah, so I really want to change that and just put the BSP out there. Like you can see part of the BSP almost. I think still. I think this is like the normal part of it. I don't know. I need to figure out if that's handled separately or not. Kind of like these lights. Maybe sample them for like some other lights to get like a similar tone in a different room. Dude, I have no clue why that. Why is this door RGB? Why is it fucking gay or whatever? Not to be mean or anything, but that shit's funny. It's just randomly iridescent. It's just rainbowy. It kind of looks cool, doesn't it? It's not supposed to look that way. There's like another. There's a couple areas on this map that are unfinished, like this wall, by the way. Like I didn't do that. Like it's like I'm 99% sure it's like that in retail. Same with that wall. The fucking texture on it's just like blown up 1,000-fold. Like so it looks like a flat color or something. It looks like it's the UVs are like should be like times 64 or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it's zoomed in on the texture. The fuck? God, dude, I'm gonna fix this area up, I think. I think I can without re-importing the BSP. I'm pretty sure I can. I don't know what's going on with that. But, hey, at least these areas, you know, like, the areas that have... I can tell, like, what textures I changed out instantly, because they just look way more crisp and clear. I do hope it's like obvious on stream, but I don't know. Whenever I stream shit, like it looks way lower quality and all that. Have you ever seen a fencer from EDF5? Elder Scroll. And what is EDF 5? One of the thruster pack model, it would be fitting for a Spartan model. Heck, someone made a Halo mod for it. What is EDF 6? Could just be, I might be dumbass and just not realize what you're talking about. Alright, let's try to change these. I'm gonna try to fix this area. I think this is the VSP that I'm on. Let's see. I also got the VSPs loaded in here, but they're not set up for like export. They're just set up to find the textures and shit. Which one is this? Lookout. Okay, so this is just above the overlook, I think. Yeah. So that goes. Yeah. Yeah, let me run through Lookout's texture. What I'm gonna do before I fix that area, I'm gonna run through Lookout's textures right here, and just make sure like I got them all done. I'm almost done with that part. And what I've been doing is I'll go through like this. Okay, well, floor is already something I've done. Glass doesn't need to be changed out. The glass will look better once I change the cube maps out with new ones. I have to generate new ones, and I'm not gonna do that until the area is done. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna just take a picture of it. Dude, why does the Sapien window keep going to the wrong side? Oh my god. Okay, that's so annoying. Oh, God, Earth Defense Force. I know the game. Yeah, I used to play those because I used to just like random, you know, Japanese games were just different, you know. I think but they had a pretty cool art style, from what I remember. Damn, all this shit, it's already good. Hell yeah. Those crates don't look terrible, at least. I might not need to change those out, I don't know. Some stuff I'll probably just update I need to update all the objects, textures, like the dynamic objects on the map. Those still all have retail. But I mean, even this hallway looks a lot, like, that looks way better than before, in my opinion. Just like seeing, like the way the wall looks, you know what I mean? It just looks so much like there's so much more going on, so much more depth to it now. Like, even the paint's kind of like, the way the paint looks even, like, it looks like it's like layered on top of it, and like, it just has so much depth now. And again, the roughness and metallic works so much better in PBR. There's some things that you just can't fix that, like, dude, who the fuck would sit on these? Imagine these things just going into your fucking cheekbones. Like, they could have just put, like, the cushion from the cryopod as the seat cushion or something. Even that door, like, it looks like it has handles now. It's crazy because this was like I swear, this looked like a flat image before. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just looked like a flat picture. And like, when you're this far away, it looked okay, but then like, when you're like here, you're like, oh, it's just like a flat image. But then you like, you know, because when you get right next to it, it's like, oh yeah, okay. But it's not a flat image, it's not. It has feelings. What is this? What is all this even up here for? tables in Halo 4? Dude, what are they, like, trying to eat lunch in here? Like, what the fuck are they just thinking, dude? They can't just fucking come up in here and eat some fucking space biscuits or whatever? Like, what does this look like? Okay. I'm on 58. I only have 3 more to go. That's how 88 ADD I got. I'm pretty sure I've done, like, all these except for, like, these wall props. Oh god, it sucks having to do this just for wall props. Do I have wall props now? Oh, okay, I'll do it. I'll do the wall prop. Here it is. I've been saving stuff temporarily to my desktop just so I can like find it faster. I do the dumbest shit. Like it's it's like in my head I'm like taking a shortcut, but man, it makes me so messy. Eventually, I just need to I want to just do everything properly with better structure, organization. Like a little organized, but not a ton. Oh, I'm supposed to go to a gaming arcade tonight. I have no clue what this is going to be like. It's supposed to be like a gaming bar, but you know, I don't know what to expect. Oh yeah. Let me see your map 4. This saves me a little time on this and allows me to be more consistent. Because I was basically just doing the same thing that this is doing, but like you can just oh wait, let me get the color map first. You can just like kind of convert textures like pretty easily with specular and displacement maps and shit like that, but you know, it's not like super proper, but it does make an improvement, and it does work a little bit. It would be better to have a proper bake, but you know, it's an improvement, I would say. So right now I'm getting a gloss matte, which will just invert into a roughness. Oop, I said roughness, so I named it roughness. Damn it. And then this has this template for diffuse spec gloss to albedo metal roughness for PBR workflows. You got diffuse, spec, gloss. Got a normal map. I keep getting backwards. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Alright. Mod and Chill. Episode 30. Isn't that crazy? It's already episode 30. You know, like, time flies so fucking fast. It's fucking weird, dude. Like, I think time flies so fast that it makes me feel like I can do things way faster, but I can't. Alright, what was I doing? Oh, yeah. Where's my desktop? Oh shit, do I have my video on in the background? Oh, I do. I could almost hear myself. That's awkward. Whoops. Alright. We got diffuse. These wall props are like tiny little textures. Now they're tiny little PBR textures. Oh, sorry. Ormy! Ormy Stormy! Stormy Ormy! Oh shit. Jaden Kwani just subscribed. Fuck yeah, Jaden Kwani! Thanks for subscribing! I forgot it says those on there. I was like, what is that? What is that, mate? What is that? Oh, what's up, Mythic? How you doing? Mythic, I'm trying to convert all these textures to PBR. So, you know, like little areas will kind of get like a little improvement from it. Like, at least in my opinion, like some areas like don't, because it's like it may not be like what you're going for. But I feel like this really brings out the bumps and the like the kind of the layers, you know what I mean? Like makes it look more layered and like more dirt and shine looks more separate. And then like these pipes are making me a little hard, like it's making me a little hard, you know. And then it's like a big step up when you like it's probably harder to see in here, to be honest. But there's like little areas that I'm like, god damn. Like, everything just looks so fucking flat and basic before. Like, I mean, it's not like in here, like, it's not a huge step up. Like, this is an area I'm working on. But man, it's, I don't know. It definitely feels better when you're, like, inside the game looking at shit. Like, you don't feel so, like, ooh, everything's so, you know, like, this way. Or, I don't know. The PBR textures are really bringing stuff out. I don't even know if some of these are, I think I've done all of these. I'm pretty sure I've done all these. But it's not like a crazy change, and honestly, it's probably kind of hard to tell in the stream. One thing I noticed is the compression really hides a lot of shit, and especially when you're like playing something like in-game. Like I was thinking I told that to Abyss recently. I was like, damn, dude, like whenever I was playing his Reach, you know, Battlefront mod, I was like, man, it looked almost the exact same, you know, on Twitter when comparing that to Halo 3. But then, like when I was playing it, I was like, holy shit, it's like I can feel the difference way more now that I'm like in the game. That's kind of how I feel about this. Like once you're in it, you're like, oh fuck yeah, oh yeah, dude, I want to try to load the BSP for out there and just delete this fake ass shit. You know what I mean? Because even out here, let me swap over to that one. Even out there, it looks so different. Not a lot different, but it looks different enough. Like I'm gonna try to change that out. Massive improvement from the base shaders. Hell yeah! Yeah, like everything just looks like it's actually metal or actually has layer to it or depth and then it's hiding a lot of the like this, for example. I didn't change any of the diffuse textures. I only changed like to have like an ORM map. So like you can see the green still in it. Before it was like a flat like fucking. It's way harder to see that like compression. But I think I'm still gonna re-import some of the some of those maps that like are highly compressed to improve them even more. Even though this does hide it a lot, but even here you can kind of see like a little bit more, to like this shit. I also really want to like change. I don't think I've changed everything out here, but I haven't gotten to this yet. But you can still see a lot of the reused textures out here. Like anything that's like a lot of this shit actually is updated. I can tell. And again, it's not like anything crazy, but it's like when you're playing that, it does feel different. Like just the way this ground's reflecting right here, it kind of looks like, you know what I mean? Like right, like the way that light hits right there and shit. And then the lighting also brings out the bumps a lot more, I noticed. I almost want to make all the metal like a darker tint, kind of like the actual Forward Unto Dawn, like a dark gray. Like I'm pretty sure this isn't updated. It could just be actually really stretched or really big. But yeah, there's like some areas that have such bad compression still. I want to fix that. And again, I don't think all the area. I'm pretty sure like these rings I haven't touched yet. I'm pretty sure that's an old texture. There's still a lot of old textures out here since I'm only in the middle of the map right now, but it's cool to see like what changing one texture in the beginning of like the first BSP, and then you realize that same textures on like 5 other BSPs. So then you know what I mean. So then you don't have to change like everything. Like you only have to change like a total of like 60 materials instead of like what I would originally thinking was going to be hundreds. But yeah, it definitely seems to be making the improvements. Yeah, right now I'm doing this wall prop one, so now we got an ORM map. I think I have that saved. So now I got this in here. Blender. Just blend it. Now I can bring this in here. Plug that in. Oh wait, make sure it's non-color. And then update the material tag, and there we go. Save. Now it doesn't. I'm doing duplicates since it's. I don't know. It says it's read only. I'm not sure if it's. If I need to do something about that, but that's fine. What I'm doing instead is making a duplicate. So I have this default, the one I need to change, and then I have this duplicate down here now. And then I'll bring that duplicate over here. And then just bring over the ORM info, the PBR info. So I'll just use this one, or you can use like, his new textures, or I'm just using his old ones because they don't have albedo tints. That's like the main difference, and they look a little different. I don't know. I usually feel like these look. I think it's because I don't put height maps in mine, but he has those other PBR versions though. Like Materials PBR, these work similar, but they have a height map too, and I'm not sure if I need the height map, so I'm scared to use it, unless I need to change the tint of it. All right, so let's see, what is this wall prop? I mean, this is what I've been doing, so I'll kind of go and edit, select, where's the wall prop, find it. This is what the problem is. It's like, oh wait, the wall prop's literally this one object right here above that small door in the piping. So it's just this one object I'm making a material just for this one object, which is so annoying, to be honest. Wait, which room was that again? Oh wait, this is lookout. Am I even in the right BSP? Oh, wrong one. Whoops. Yeah, I'm gonna go to that box now, and that way, when I look at it, I'm not just gonna convert it over and call it a day. I'm gonna go find the box and then, you know, try to make sure it looks good. Because a lot of these, I need to like adjust the texture a little bit. Okay, it's over here. Oh, no. Is it loading it? God damn it. I think it's just loading it, like, why? So annoying. Okay, it's still here, thank God. I was like, please don't tell me I have to reload it. Alright, so that is literally, I'm literally coming all the way over here to see this little box. Even though this whole fucking, even though these walls like have the most messed up textures, which is, I'm so confused about. Alright, so before I changed it, it has this, kind of looks good already. I haven't even updated it yet, but it's probably going to look honestly very similar. Some stuff, like, honestly, has pretty good texture setup. Why is this over here? Shit. Alright. Alright. Now, if I want it, I don't think it needs to be more metallic, but some of these do kind of look a little better when you kind of bring them in, you know? Like, they look a little bit less flat, but honestly, it doesn't really look that much worse. It doesn't need to be darker, really. But at least it's not like, as, I don't know what was going on with the RGB. Oh, and by the way, if you're just coming into this, my cube maps are temporary. So you might see some like weird reflections. Like, actually, I don't even see the cube map on this, but oh, if you like look at it, you'll see that my training grounds map is the cube map for everything. But that's just, again, it's a temporary cube map because these new PBR shaders, they're meant to work with those like a higher res one. So I'm gonna basically like get everything to look how it should, and then I'm gonna bake the cube maps, and then I'll replace them all. That way, everything will look, you know, not weird. I still want to know why in this one BSP, a few random objects have RGB lighting on them. Like, look at this. It's like RGB, RGB. And there's like this little thing over here, RGB. Why is it RGB? I didn't do that. I wonder if there's no way it's like that in the game, right? I mean, I've found so much unfinished shit in the game, so I wouldn't be surprised. What's up, J-Man 2? Well, how you doing? Yeah, it definitely was designed for the Xbox One, and it's, you know, or like it's like they were trying to like, or maybe they didn't know, you know, at first, and then, but yeah, they like compact it like a high, you know, like it's almost like they compacted like the most detailed. Like, look how detailed this is, but this is like, it's like this is a fucking flat image, but for some reason they want to compact this amount of detail into like a flat image. You know what I mean? Only 3 for 3 in 2012 had enough balls to be like, well, you know what? We need to take it from the most simplified, beautiful art style, you know, where it had enough detail in ways, you know, ways that mattered, to the most overly detailed like thing where it's like there's so many details that it almost doesn't even make sense. You know, like when you generate AI and like it looks cool in some ways. I don't want to say it looks good, but in some ways you're like, oh, I could see what it is. But in other ways, like you're just like, it doesn't make sense though. Like that's just not how it works, or you know, like it's just like too detailed, or there's too much of something, or like this gun has 2 barrels and this person has like 3 hands. It's kind of like what this reminds me of. Like, oh, this has 3 latches instead of, or, you know, or 2 main latches. You know what I mean? Instead of 1, and then it has these other sides. Like, there's just so much fucking shit going on that it just seems like, why can't it just have this one thing go down that grabs the bar and then have like a couple little things below that? Like, I don't know. They're just doing so fucking much with these textures. Like, some of them aren't bad though. You know, like I like whatever this is. It's like a pretty simple object. You know, like the door looks okay. It's a little roundy and weird. You know, I miss when like the halls in the, you know, like how the Bungie games halls were like these like corridors that had like, it's like they were like ribbed or something, you know what I mean? Like they had these inner columns that like held it in or whatever. So then you would like that's what I noticed from all the Bungie ship levels, is they had like those corridors where you like, that kind of separated, kind of like support columns or whatever, but you know, similar. Like ribs or something, kind of like when you look at like a cathedral or I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I'm so bad with explaining things. I'm way better at showing people what I mean. These areas aren't looking too bad. All right, let's I'll finish this area, I think. Oh wait, there's one more fucking prop, isn't there? I think I've done these wall boxes. Yeah, so 61. Have I done 13? Fuck. Damn it, I haven't done 13 yet. Oh. Dude, they could have fucking put all these wall props into one texture and just used a piece of each one. Like little pieces of it. And so they have all these little baby-ass images that, like, I really honestly don't care enough. It's like, I really don't. Like, if there wasn't, like, a handful of them only left, then I would not even bother with these. Look it! I'm just going to update those. That's literally all I'm about to do. That's fucking so time-consuming. And then I just procrastinate while I do it. And complain. Like, I really shouldn't even... You know, the only reason I'm doing this is because it might make a good difference, and then also it might... it doesn't take up much more info. Like, a specular map isn't much smaller than an ORM map. And then again, I'm not gonna like do this with every texture in the game. Just I'm gonna see which ones benefit the most, and then like, okay, like if I don't think like terrain textures look better, then I won't really do those. If anything, I might even go find like better textures for terrain, like as long as it doesn't look too jarring like next to everything else. Yeah, Halo 4 doesn't really use detailing on their textures. They had, like, some of them have, like, that bump map normal detail, but I don't like that. It makes everything look like leather, you know what I mean? But, yeah, when it comes to, like, the detail map, yeah, like, they could totally have made so much textures look better just with a simple detail map. But they're just, like, flat as hell. I could tell they're trying to get away with that being like just baked into the control maps, or you know, but most of these are just speculars and they don't really show any of that shit. Like they show like they'll show like where areas will be shinier, but then it doesn't like looks as separated like as much of a different layer, and it doesn't look as much of like it's grime. It kind of just looks like non-roughness. I don't know. It's so hard to tell though sometimes. Let me go back. All right, I can't see like these honestly look fine. Like I really don't even need to replace these. That's why I'm just gonna keep complaining while I replace them. Like there's some things I'm just like, oh, they won't notice. But the thing is, if this is used a whole bunch of other times in the game, which I'm not even sure if it is, you know what I mean? But if it is, then it might be worth it, you know. This might not be as dumb as it feels at the moment. And then after this, I'm going to look at these walls and see what I can do to make them look better. Corbin, do you know where AI hints in pathfinding spirit data is stored in Halo? Oh, God. I mean, is that even... Isn't that just all in the BSPs? You know? Like, isn't that just all, like, on the... Like, in Sapien, when you set all that stuff up? Or, you know, you can technically set it up in Foundation, but... A lot of that's in Sapien. I don't know what... I wonder if, like, if Foundation, or Foundry, I mean... I wonder if Crisp's gonna add some... There's so much stuff he's added support for, I've even tried. I wouldn't even be surprised if there's, like, some support for that kind of stuff. But, like, I mostly do everything that I can in Sapien, just because it's, like, there already and a little more obvious. Like, some stuff you can do in Blender, though. But, like, man, Blender... my Blender scene from my map, my last map, became so messy from like updating Blender and updating Foundry so much, and then I updated textures, and then I kept changing things, and then by the end of it, like nothing like looks normal in Blender, but it looks good in the game at least, and you know, I'm like, it became such a mess. I'm hoping one day I can just get a workflow where like Blender looks exactly like it does in game. You know what I mean? Like that's how it should be. That's like the best way to do it. Like if you can like create everything in Blender properly and then import it into a game engine to look almost like exactly the same, but you know, better, I guess. And that that would be so ideal. Like I hate like the way I've been doing things is so like, oh, this will work. Wouldn't they just be markers? Yeah, a lot of things are just handled with markers and then they get pointed to them. Like when it comes to objects, you just like want to like markers and stuff usually. I'm assuming Halo 4 crates and Halo like Reaches would be the same if that's what you're comparing to. I miss when Halo would release a game. I don't need every year, but every 2 years shouldn't be impossible. Yeah, like they need 2 studios. Like at least they have multiple projects, but at the same time, it seems like their multiple projects means like they're just separating their games into multiple projects. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't actually mean like they're not like people are like, oh, they're making like 3 Halo games right now. I'm like, they're making 1 fucking Halo game. Shut the fuck up. They're making Halo CE Campaign Evolved, which is one part of another Halo game, which will have a multiplayer. Yeah, they're going to call it 2 games. They're going to market it as 2 games. Everyone's going to say it's totally different. It's probably going to be a totally different gameplay style. It's probably going to feel totally separate, if anything. But the fact is if you like add all the content they're about to release in the next year or 2 together, it's probably as much content as Halo Infinite would come out with in its time span. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like... But like the way like they're doing this shit, it's like, okay, so multiple projects, it's still the same amount of content as 1 game, unfortunately, it seems like. But you know what though, I don't know, I'm kind of interested and curious to see how it'll come out. It might actually be the move they needed. Like this might be like a good thing, you know, hopefully. I hope it is, at least for the multiplayer aspect. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of tired of playing, like, Halo 1 in any remake or any remaster. Like, I'm already tired of Halo Campaign Evolved, even though it looks really great and everything. Like, I'm not like, you know, like I could be like really excited for it. Like I am, but not like new game excited. You know what I mean? Like, you get a different type of excitement for like a remake than a new game. There's no like mystery or wonder, like, oh, what's gonna happen? You know, it's just like, oh, okay, I've already seen this episode, but now they upscale it to 4K. I'm just kidding now. I'm so glad they're adding new levels. Like, if they weren't adding new missions, then like I would probably hardly be excited at all. But the new missions are like 90% of what my excitement. All right, what am I doing? Gloss. You were a few minutes behind. Oh, no problem. Hey, honestly, like, I'm always behind too. Like, I don't know if it's if my stream is like if it like lags and it's not your internet. Like, if it seems like my internet's not keeping up with like the upload, let me know and I'll try to like adjust my settings, because I don't know if my internet might be like it has its moments where it's just like fucking shit. And it's like sometimes I'll have to like reconnect and get like the best spot for the signal or something like that. And that usually helps it, but sometimes like I won't even know if that's happening, because like no one will say anything. Like I do try to watch my own stream. Like, I have it on the side over here to try to make sure it's at least mostly functional. At least it's mostly functional. The Lich has crates for storing weapons in Halo 4. Are they even used? Okay, whatever 343 did for the Mammoth, they did it entirely through scenario and scripts. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it's like weird. The whole Mammoth is like, it's like I was talking about more about the guardrails and how it seems like it's more like you know, like when you're like on this like roller coaster or like a joyride and you're like hooked onto rails. It's like on a rail system instead of like an actual vehicle. And then on top of it, like all the objects on it are like done differently through that. It's just weird, like the way they handled it. I was trying to look at it one time and I was just like, okay, I don't even know what I'm looking at. But, you know, I mean, at least that's something, maybe it can be used for other stuff cool like that. I think that's how the Lich ride was even going to be. That they cut. It'd be kind of cool if someone, like, added in all the, like some of that like, cut, like, content. I don't think I'll have time to, though. It would be really nice to have, like, a little Lich ride. I actually don't hate the Lich. Like, it looks, I don't know. It could look worse, you know. What am I doing? Why did I do that? Like, there's some things in 343's original, like, you know, they're Halo 4 and 5 that like, I'm like, oh, okay, wait, what is this? Why did I... What the fuck is this image? Why am I using this image? Oh my god. It's not even the right one. Did I even... Oh. Where did I fucking save the gloss one? I didn't save the gloss one. Oh my god. I swear. I get distracted like way too easily. It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. Bad to the bone. Ayo! Ayo! I don't think anyone would do a mod manager because, I mean, you know, you can make like what do you call it, like collections or some shit, and then have them all installed at once. What someone needs to do, I'm just kidding. What someone should do is make a fucking custom game browser that can host games for mods, and then have it automatically download the mod when you join the mission or the level. I mean, just like God intended. But 343 is godless. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm not even religious. I'll say that as a joke. No, but they really need to like add some I don't know, man. Like they could have. I feel like. I mean, it's just I would just make it so much better. Like I would actually play it all the time. They're probably like looking at that and they're like, maybe we don't want a whole bunch of people playing MCC forever. Because like if you had a modded custom game browser for mods for multiplayer stuff, I'll be playing it like so much more. And like they're probably at this point they're probably like, is that even a good thing? We don't want them to like take the money that we could be making on them. Man, they should have just kept monetizing MCC like people said. Like I was never against it. I just didn't care for it because I'm like, well, I don't play it enough to like even buy or notice the MCC. Like I like the mods and shit. Like I don't know, like you know. Nope. No. God, just click it. Alright, where is the desktop folder? Did I not make? Oh, I didn't even save an orb. Didn't even save an orb map. Diffuse. Where the fuck? Okay. Diffuse. Ayo. Hurry up! Hurry up, computer! I need an even faster computer. The fastest of all computers. Just waiting for this to come in here, like impatient. Alrighty. Nickzilla.
Cheers, my name's Nick.
Yo, it's Nickzilla. What? Stop doing this. Stop it. Alright. Bam, bam, bee, bam, 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 bee, dum, bam. These don't look better really at all from that, but you know, at least they'll look consistent with it. Yo, it's Nick, and he's in the house. His house. The Nick house. Neckzilla. Alright. Let's see, I think that's everything for that BSP. That was everything. It was everything for BSP Lookout. Now, before I finish this area, I want to, like, fix the walls out here. And I don't know why they're fucked up. Like, I'm 99% sure this is in retail. Like, how these walls look right here. Are they all fucked up? Like, is this wall actually just pure white? This wall, like, flat and that, like, are they actually, like, just flat nothingness? Like, I already was pointing out earlier, like, you see these, crates right here? They have the, you know, the placeholder, you know, texture. It's like what it says, like 512 by 512, you know. There's like, and then like that's like in the finished game, you know what I mean? And I replaced it with like this. Now, like, I'm 99% sure that, unless I like at one point fucked these textures up, I'm 99% sure. I'm gonna go check real quick, actually. Because, like, you can obviously see, like, the nice, you know, quality of, like, the normal textures. But then it's like, you have all these ones that are, like, it's like they're either not UV'd or they have, like, they're blown up on the texture, meaning they have to be, like, you know, a lot smaller in scale. I'm curious. Let's go check. What's the fastest way to do this? I would have to just run through the mission on easy. This is like the one thing, like, because the thing is like if I like broke something at one point on accident, then I can revert things with the original, you know, the original textures and all that, and then fix it again, and then update it or whatever. I mean, surely, if they put this fucking thing right here, then they would have seen this wall. You know, I have a feeling this wall isn't green, but it still looks flat like this. Because there are some things that are, like, weird. Like, why is this iridescent, like, rainbow color right now? I don't know if that's the light map or what the fuck's causing that. I need to figure that out. Because that ain't right. That ain't right at all. I think that might be fault, but there's a lot of fog there. Probably a compression issue with a bitmap. It almost looks like, you know, when something's like zoomed into the bitmap, you know what I mean? Like, or the UVs, like it should be like, you know, but instead it's like zoomed all the way. Like that's what it almost looks like, but it's so hard to tell. I just hope that it has UVs because I'm not re-importing the BSPs because you have to fucking, that'll break so much shit. Then I'll have to fix so much shit. So much shit. Okay. Alpha Point. Not legendary. Easy. I don't even know what Alpha Point is. Hopefully it's not after that point. Oh wait, this is like right before that point. I think this is the point where you have, like, you go through the two doors right before that area.
Ooh. Ooey, 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 you.
Alright, let me get this in the right size. Why isn't it fucking becoming the right size? Oh, we went to the wrong side, eh? Why is it fucking doing that? There we go. No, everything keeps swapping sides on this screen. It's so annoying. Wow, this shit loads forever. I thought you never looked at that wall there. Dude, that's the thing, is there's so many things, like, it's like, oh, well, they obviously... I'll try to point them out when I run through this. I need to fix my intro, by the way. I accidentally deleted my fucking Forward Onto Dawn shit, but I was like, where is it? It's just gone now. I, like, completely deleted it somehow, including, like, all the textures I made. I'm like, well, I'll just redo it, because I was going to redo it anyways, to be fair. Because it had bad lighting and materials. The way I fucked them up in Blender when I was trying to, like, simplify the model.
Bringing your systems online now. I rewrote your firmware while you were out.
You've been busy.
It feels so weird playing a retail Halo 4. It, like, feels the same but different.
Chief, look up. You need to pull
I feel like Halo 4, like, feels burnt or something. I don't know if burnt's a good word, but it feels like it's burnt.
Seems like old times.
Ready to get back to work?
I thought you'd never ask.
Having some
We've
better
got
Q
intrusion
maps will
alerts
also
lighting
help
up on
this thing
multiple
look
decks.
big. Man, it feels so weird because, like,
Best bet to figure out
what I
who's
have
boarding
now
us
isn't
the observation
really
deck, 4 floors up.
better
Could be a rescue
looking,
team.
but it still feels weird to be able to see everything in a different lighting. What the fuck is happening? Did it just freeze? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. That's fine. Alright. I want to see, look down here, because in game it's like way darker. It's not as green as I remember it being. Because I want to make my level honestly about the same level of darkness, but I want it to light, I want to light it better, or differently. Yeah, I really like the difference. I even like how mine looks for this thing. I'll have to... What do I have Sapien open? Maybe I can compare at least some areas. Yeah, I'll compare these areas once I get to here. Then I can see what the hell's going on with the area I'm about to fix. See if I need to either fix it manually or what.
How long was I out?
Like,
4 years,
I
7 months,
brought up
10
some
days.
more boldness to the colors
Somebody
too.
should've
Everything
found
looks
us
so
by now.
washed out. I hate this shit. I don't even know what that is. Like in mine. Oh, you know what? I kind of want to show you what this looks like in mine. Honestly, I'm gonna do that because it looks so fucking much better. Real quick, for anyone that's watching this, I'm gonna compare. I just want to compare this because, like, I think this area is like such a drastic difference. And again, it's not like whoa, like it's totally different textures or anything, but it's just improved, you know, in ways. Actually loaded pretty fast. Alright. So, like, I'm gonna stand right here and then look up towards, like, whatever is that. Like, this is kind of like what I, like, did. It's like, this is like how it looks in the game, right? And I'm like, it's just so, like, I don't know, man. I just don't like that. Whatever they're trying to do with this bright light, and whatever they're doing with, like, all that, like, it's just too much. I'd rather just see that. You know what I mean? Like, it looks kind of over detailed, obviously, like Halo 4, but at least it doesn't look like there's some things I just don't think they should do. Period. Like, I don't like all the times they do like these brightest lights, and even like when they do the inverse and do a bright, like a really dark area. Like, I think that's so cheap and weird, and it's like a weird art style thing that kind of, I don't know, man. I just can never get behind that type of setup, you know. I also just really like seeing these textures, though. I do want to fix the lighting and update the lighting on mine though, because it's not really that much like. I hope it's noticeable on the stream though. Hopefully it doesn't look like the fucking same thing that comparing these. Like some of these things, like I could see where it's trying to do that, but it doesn't like. It's like not doing as much as it could, or something weird with these old ones. Like I feel like they're just kind of like improved versions of like it's kind of like the same thing. And then again, I want to change some accent colors and make them a little bit kind of like bolder, like how Halo games kind of do with their accent colors. Not too much though. Not like Halo CEA did with the yellow. Yeah, that ceiling lighting's just, I don't know, man, it's too much. Oh, by the way, another thing that you might be interested in if you're like, you know, if you just like knowing more about Halo in general. So in this room, which looks a lot different in my opinion, which, let me fucking compare these two rooms. And I'm still working on the look of this shit. But I like that hologram in the original, and so like whenever I go in game, the hologram will be there. You see all the floating snow, all that's in game. It's just not in Sapien right here. This is Sapien, so all that shit turns on like with scripts, I think, or like something like that. So so yeah, you won't see that, but you can at least see the actual texture difference. Like those cool light effects will be there whenever it's in the game. And then like stuff like this, like that kind of looks just like a metal thing, you know. Oh god, it scared me.
What's that?
And then here it's just so flat.
Sensor scan, high intensity.
But one thing I was gonna tell you.
Patterns.
So you see
How
here.
close are we to the observation?
See how
deck?
there's a black spot?
It's directly above us.
So you see how there's a black spot on each of these? It's the same thing in here. There's like a black spot. Now, if you want to know why, I can show you real quick in Blender. So, we're going to do the armory. So, the armory over here. Uh-oh. Okay, come on. So, the armory, if you go in here, see, this is what happens when I update textures on shit. It ends up just breaking everything anyways. It's kind of what happened to my like first map I made. It ends up like messing up a lot of textures on accident just by importing new stuff and all that. But anyways, so if you see this is the same room that I'm in. I don't know if you can tell. You see how it's right here, but if you notice, this is the same geometry from the game. I just ripped it. But if you go in game, the physicality of these is still there, or it's just invisible wall around here, to be honest, I think. But if you look, there's like these monitors. Let me try to get like a better view. God, where am I? Wrong room. Dude, I fucking hate Blender. I don't remember how to fucking do the other. But yeah, so it's just this monitor that's hanging down like right here. Which I could probably enable it, I think, because it's like, I think they might have just removed it afterwards, because it's there, right? And it's baked into the light map, and I bet I could turn it back on if I want. And then if I try to like go and jump in this area, like, I'm not like hitting anything, but there's also a huge invisible wall around this thing, so who knows? Who knows, like, if they are even gonna add that. But they never baked the light maps after they fucking removed that shit. Which is kind of funny. So yeah, like, there's just no monitors there. But yeah, just seeing if any of those comments or something I can respond to. I'm not really sure. But yeah, that's kind of interesting, you know. I just like I could after I can never hear myself on this fucking song. After like while I'm doing this, I'm like finding a lot of stuff. I might even make like a little video showing like stuff that they hid from the game, like that. But yeah, and then I want to compare it again real quick to. See, as you can see, like there's some like pipes I think I made red, or not red, but actually I might make some of these gray pipes. Like I might make some of the gray pipes blue. But I don't know. I don't want it to look too, like, clashy with the colors and shit. Let's see how they're doing. Yeah, like, I can tell it's 3, but... it has like this dark shine to it. It doesn't look terrible though, like originally. But like, especially when you're just in game and you just see how like it. I think the biggest thing is like when you move around and you can see how like the light interacts with the textures. I think that's like maybe the most noticeable thing in game. And then some things just look so much different. You know what I mean? That I'm like, I much prefer it to be like that, I guess. Even though I don't like the geometry in general, like this wall right here. Like the way the light's just hitting these walls right here, it just looks like, kind of like the metal wall, like if you like see like the metal like chrome from like an elevator or something, like that type of metal. It seems pretty realistic, I guess. And it still looks like that before, but it just looks better now. I hope you could see the difference in game, but like it kind of, I have a worry that like it just looks so hardly any different, but man, I swear once you look at it, it's just like, oh yeah.
Chief, be careful! Because some areas might have lost pressure.
Right.
Chief, watch out! I didn't realize the ship had deteriorated so badly.
Man, I can't believe they ever let an elite
I
get
thought we had
that
a truce
close
with
to
the
your
company.
face when they look like that.
In 4 years. Either way, he's probably not alone. We should be careful.
Just gonna run through this area. Wrong button. Forever I get used to saving controls, then I get used to the game controls, and vice versa, and then I never end up remembering them because they're always different.
That's the last of
I
it.
think the biggest way you
Find
can
the
change this
override
game
for
is
the blast
changing
shield
these
so we can see
sounds
what we're up
and
against.
changing all the characters. Honestly, that made the biggest difference. On the intro, this area looked way better, in my opinion, from the intro. Like... I think I have to... show that close.
The good news is these Covenant aren't outfitted like standard military. It's possible we just came across a rogue salvage ship. Or we might have stumbled into an entire Covenant fleet.
Maybe they haven't recognized us.
That's one possibility. Landing craft flanking us!
used to this game anymore. It's like weird. Before I
We need to
leave,
get off this ship.
I want to replace
We've got
all
bigger
this stuff out
problems.
here to look good on the
We've got a
mod, because
cruiser
right
on
now
the
everything's
intercept
kind of
course.
like a shitty placeholder.
Head for the elevator banks.
Like
Oh,
whenever
I
I
know
look
the
out
ship- the
here,
ship defense
oh,
is
you can't
online.
even see anything.
Only
But
the
yeah, that's all
Hyperion
like
missile,
placeholder
but we'll
kind
have
of.
to fire them manually from the outer hull.
But just like the breakup of like color and being like a more vibrant color and having like the ground that looks a little bit like, I don't know, it just looks like it has like some sort of solidity. I don't know. Like the roughness on this texture really helps actually. And then that kind of looks, yeah, like I don't know. It's like kind of subtle changes, but like I think it makes a huge difference. Just this area, for example, and then comparing it to like right here. You know what I mean? Like, look at these textures. Like, if I compare like this to like this. Like, something just looks wrong with some of these textures. Like this one, like it looks like it just doesn't even have a control map on this one. You know what I mean? Like, and then like I could definitely still improve the ones I set up with the look, you know, by re-importing them without this shitty compression. But with this is just with the new ORM maps and the texture swap. Like you could see like the wall scratches, like, you know. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Like it took a week to do the first level, you know, and that's not that bad in my opinion. It's not like I was doing it like non-stop. I was just doing my spare time with it. And like, so like a week for the first level wasn't like a terrible turnaround for that. I want to replace this whole computer system to be like a command station that's more like the front of a ship. Because think about where we're at right now. This is like that big ass fucking tower on top of the Forward Onto Dawn, which is not the Forward on. This is not really the Forward Onto Dawn, but you know, we're in that huge control tower. It's just like the main command station.
Imagine if you like walked up and you're like, oh, I got a little computer right here.
You know, like, it's like, dude, they need to, like, they had this huge command stations in, like, you know, like, kind of like how, like, old, you know, Halo and Star Wars has those, and then, like, but they do that so well in other stuff, too, you know? Like, I want to build, like, a one that reaches from here, that corner to that corner, and, like, have it, like, a whole bunch of computers, like, kind of like a Reach-style station. I mean, I would replace every monitor, though, if I could, but I'm pretty sure this is an object in the map. I don't think this is a. I hope it's. Or if anything, I could probably just
Chief,
put like
you need to
something
get to the
over it
elevator.
because it's so small. I think I updated the texture on one of these. Maybe it's hard to tell. Actually, maybe not. Actually, maybe not this one. No, not this one. Yeah, not these either. I don't think I changed those. I didn't do that. Some of them I. Oh wait, this isn't. Oh yeah, this isn't fucking native. I'm retarded as fuck. Sorry. I might have done those. I don't. I didn't touch this texture though. But anyways, like, yeah, I kind of want to replace this whole thing up. Reach has a lot of good monitor models. Port those over, including the columns. Yeah, I want to see if I can get something that's like really high quality still that looks good here. Or if anything, I think Infinite had some Reach consoles. You know what I mean? But it would only be in this one area to be like a more. I want to make it look like a command station. That'd be kind of cool. Dude, look how fucking. Okay, I never relit this part of the map. But what? Look how much brighter. This is just because of fucking Sapien, I think. Look how bright it looks right here. Like and because the doors are open, maybe. I don't know. Maybe this changed from the doors opening. I don't know. Some shit's like like I didn't even change it. I'm like, why does it look like that? I think it's because I opened the doors and because I'm in MCC. Alright, oh yeah, and then before I leave, here's the, I was saying like how like this is in retail, right? Those are the what I just fixed right there. So like you can, there's like a surprising lot of areas, like there's just like a placeholder texture. And like, I'm like, dude, like imagine if this was like a, you know, like this is a AAA game, like 900 people making art for it, and then they like leave placeholder textures. I don't get how they do that, because you can go in like your 3D program and like, so like I'm pretty sure it would work the same for when they used, I guess, what it was, Maya or 3D Max or whatever. Anyways, but like it's like you can just like select everything and then click those grid textures and then, you know, make it select any objects that are using them. Like that's what I did, and I'm pretty sure they had that functionality back then. So like I don't even get how they missed stuff like that, because like, you know, there's like one over here too. I just gave it this basic ass fucking, you know, this basic ass whatever metal grime texture. I don't think there's any textures that match these UVs. I'm pretty sure they're just like really basic UVs. So yeah. Dude, even like, just look at how this wall looks. This wall used to look so shitty, I think, didn't it? Some walls already, honestly, some walls did already look good, and I'm like, oh, no wonder it looks so good. Like, that looks okay, but not like that, dude. Like, that looks fucking good. Like, the way this wall is, like... Yeah, dude. Okay, like, I think textures like this, in my opinion, are, like, what allows these to, like, really shine. Like, look at the way the fucking light's reflecting on that roughness in that wall and, like, in between, you know, the dirt and shit. Like, it just looks so much better. And then, like, I don't know why, dude. Making those pipes just a more bold color as well, like, made so much of a difference. But yeah, so yeah, that's what happened with that. And then now let's go to the next fucked up part. See if that's also just like a completely unfinished area or whatever. I'm not really sure. I'm pretty sure it's not there, or it is there. Dude, I never even noticed they had these buttons up here. Do they turn on? No. Imagine if these buttons work. That'd be a cool thing to add. I don't know if it'd be worth it, but imagine if I can make it so that it looks like I went from boom, boom, you know what I mean? Dude, I haven't replaced these door textures because they're not part of the BSP. So like anything that's an object that moves, I probably haven't replaced anything for it. Unless it's like a gun or a character or some shit. Why are you naked in space, you silly elite? Silly. You too, Grunt. Why'd you take off your space outfit just to come inside, you weirdos? You silly weirdos. I'm kidding. I don't even think I'm gonna add the space outfit to them. I hate this gun. Like, these walls almost looks good, but it's like the reflectivity always looks so flat, you know what I mean? I swear that's the biggest difference with upgrading these. The same, yeah, it's a shame they don't work. Yeah, the elevator thing. Where am I? You went down, right? I always forget that it goes down, not up. I don't know why. Dude, even like the way all the pipes look, just kind of look like I like them. Okay, but yeah, like see, comparing like this wall, man. Oh, I think that's my favorite upgrade. It's like that to that, dude. like it looked good before, like compared to the other shit, but now it looks like even these holes look like the AO really helps out too with these, making them look the bumps look like they're actually deeper by putting darkness in those areas. Oh god, dude, I hate when this happens. What the fuck is it loading, dude? I hate how it just teleports me to the center of the map. Like, okay. And then it loads shit. Like, why is it trying to load something? Bruh. Oh, okay. That's good. We want to be here. Alright, yeah, I was just comparing that. So now we're out here. Alright, now I need to look at these walls. What's going on with these walls? Did I fuck them up?
That cruiser's shields are down.
Oh, they're okay. So
assuming they don't raise them.
These walls are all messed up. Okay, Cortana, stop talking. These walls. Okay, see how it's dark in here, dude. So this is it's brighter because it's in Sapien, but this is like actually the same level of darkness. You know what I mean? But this is in retail MCC Halo 4, and this wall. This wall is just a fucking, like a flat fucking, you know, green, zoomed in texture. Yeah, and it is probably a compression thing, like you were saying. But then even worse, like, it's the whole wall, and it's zoomed into it, just like how this is zoomed into it, something else. Like, literally, they just left an entire wall white, flat white. Like, please tell me this wall has fucking UVs I can use. And then you could see through it. You could see through the wall. You can see through it down there. You can see through it up here. And then... Did I just shoot her? No. Dude, that is fucking funny. And then this wall has the same problem. That wall has the same problem. Dude, that's crazy, man. Like, all these walls are just fucking not even there. And then they put a fucking MOA. They put a MOA right there. They really saw this wall, and they're like, oh, let's hide something next to it so that they have to see this thing that we just never finished from their game. You know, and yeah, there's... The casual gamer will be like, dude, who cares? Like, who cares if it's not perfect? Like, it could be like a pile of shit as long as it's fun. And I'm like, dude, some people might be like that, honestly, and that's fine. But like, I actually care about that type of shit. Like, that shit bugs me off. I mean, dude, I get so much shit as an individual modder when I like release like a mod with something like that. You know what I mean? So whenever there's like a team of like 900 people working on a game, and you know, obviously like managing like what's done and this and that, and I know things are like hard in some ways, you know, but like when there's just a fucking like several walls and object in a map that have default textures on it or are just like blown up or something, like that shit's kind of crazy to me, to be honest. It's kind of crazy to me, mainly because, dude, like, okay, like, this is so easy to see and so easy to fix, but they'll have some really crazy shit, like the ending cutscene where you're like, everything's blown apart. Like, that had to be extremely hard to do, you know what I mean? But then, like, there's things like this that they could fix in a matter of a day. Like, I think that's what bugs me. They need more Halo nerds in-house, you know, that aren't like real devs, that are just like Halo fucking nerds, and that they can just play the game the whole time, like playtesters. But playtesters that are like really dedicated to like the real nitty gritty details, you know. That way they can just play it and point shit out, and they'll just run through the campaign once a week, slowly, once a day. Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad that I can fix these now. And I won't think that I'm just, like, fixing a mistake I made. Honestly. Like, that is bizarre to me. Alright, well, I guess we could try to fix them now. Let's see what they are. Oh my god, dude. It's just using invalid as a texture. It's not even using a texture. No wonder it looks like a flat texture. It's not even using one. This one's using UNSC FUD flat metal though. Let's see what that is. Oh fuck, I haven't even done that one then. Have I? UNSC FUD flat. There we go. Alright, let's see what this is. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, they're all using this texture? I didn't realize that. Shit. Man, well, I guess would look better. Is it green because it's just... It's not even a... I don't even think it's a compressed thing. Let's see. Let's try it. Let's change that shit up. No, it's probably from the specular. Not somehow. Oh shit! What did I do? Let's change it to this shit. Alright, so there it is. Let's try it. I might use a different texture on this one. This kind of looks like concrete. Actually, that's a good idea. Let me look through these. What is very basic? Why I closed that? I was doing this for. Try the piping. Tile. There's too much stuff open. God, why does it have to do this? All right, let's try. Instead of a floor, maybe. Yeah. Halo 4 should have just had, like, it's like they took a step past, you know, its art style and like went some other for further direction, but it does seem like Reach was like a step, you know, in the direction of Halo 4's art style, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if you like Halo 3 to Halo Reach, and then I would say Halo 4. I'm not saying it's like an evolution of Halo Reach's art style, because I don't think it is. I think it's like a de-evolution, you know. But at the same time, I do feel like it kind of led to it in a way, you know. I mean, it's the same with like the fact that they had the game engine and a lot of the assets to work off of. But yeah, I think Halo Reach had a good, like, if it had a good art style for it being like kind of grounded and like kind of like how 343 kind of wanted it to seem like, I don't know if it was more holistic or something, but like I feel like it was more similar to Reach than, you know, 3's, for example. What the? I don't know what to use this. I'm just gonna try some random shit, I think. Let's just try, like, what is this? No, there's too much. This is a tough one. I almost want to bring in a freaking texture from my other map. It's going this way. Maybe. Fuck it, I'm just gonna give it some. I'm just gonna try a texture for my training grounds. I picked those textures on training grounds because they're good for like flat, generic textures on, you know, no intended detail. Because I wasn't trying to like re-UV every object perfectly. Some objects you can just kind of wrap with one texture and it looks decent. I mean, that's what I kind of have to do these. I can't believe 343 just fucking called it a day with this shit. It looked better than it did before, but let me see. Maybe I can get something really good. What's my DSP called? Holy shit. Has like old ones in there. Oh, that's old. think it's just default. BSP. What's up, Trash Raccoon? That's Kenzie, right? I wrote something out and didn't show up. Great, thanks YouTube. That's what you get. It was probably very lame, and that's why it filtered it out. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, sometimes that happens, and then by the time you want to say it, it's like enough time went by, and it's like, ah, fuck it. I'm just kidding. Let's see what this is. These are not fucking labeled. Wonder what this will look like. I don't know if rusting would be a good texture. We'll see. Might not. It's a little too rusty. Yeah, it's a little too much. They just like squeeze geometry in like the most random fucking spots, don't they? I think that our other one was better. Let's try. Whatever. Let's try. What is this? What is underneath that? It's no albedo? Is that really the albedo? Nothing. What even is this? Let me just see what it looks like. I don't even know what this is. Oh, it's that one. Still have the albedo. That's weird. Yeah, that had a good texture already. I might just make something that imitated what it was. It kind of looks okay. Oh, wait. I'm gonna keep trying this shit. Let's see that. Jedi Academy. Wait, what? Halo 4. Oh, wait. To me, Halo 4 art style for Unity looked nothing like Reach. I mean, it didn't look like it, but it definitely, like, grew from it, you know what I mean? It grew from it so much that it didn't look like it, but, like, there's, like, things, like their armor, like, there's just, like, things, and then there's, like, still placeholder objects from Reach, you know what I mean? So it's, like, they still had a lot of placeholder shit from Reach, and then they still had a lot of stuff that, like, kind of evolved from it, but, again, like, I think it looks so much worse that like it doesn't actually look like it, but it looks, you can like, it's hard to explain. It's like the same way that like I could see 343's games in Halo Infinite despite it looking like any other 343 games, you know what I mean? like because they have like a lot of the same proportions and sizes, and there's a lot of like, you know, they just have like some things still going on, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, Halo 4 was fucking, oh god. Definitely not the same. Oh wait. I think that might just be because there's some asset reuse. Yeah, exactly. See, I didn't even read that yet. Yeah, there's just like asset reuse, but I mean, they did kind of like, again, like, you know what I mean? They kind of went to a more grounded art style with Halo Reach, you know, because they, no matter what people say, they definitely changed the art style on Halo Reach a little bit. And then, I mean, they changed it a little bit on every game, but it was like, to me, 1 to 3 was like an improvement upon each game. Halo Reaches was like a different take on it, in my opinion, rather than an improvement, you know what I mean? But it's still, but at the same time, like, it was still Bungie, and it's still, you can still see, like, the respect for and knowledge of what Halo was supposed to look like and be like, you know what I mean? So it didn't feel too drastically different, but it was different enough, I guess, you know what I mean? And then Halo 4, I mean, god, like, it's like they just wanted to like make it their own art style, their own, you know what I mean? They just, it's like they were, I don't know if they like they didn't want to like seem like they were stealing other people's art or whatever, but it's like they had to do their own version of it so bad that it was just so different from anything that we've had before, you know what I mean? Like, there's just some things that were like, it just, it went way too far, man. Like, it went so damn far in that way. You know, when you see the spec version of the model textures in any game, including Jedi Academy's spec textures, it's pretty funkadelic. I bet Jedi Academy. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I read everything. CE to 2 actually is pretty different. Yeah, like, see, that's what I mean. Like, they're different, but like you can tell, like, the whole time they were like refining what Halo was. You know what I mean? Like the art style, having more geometry, allowed more detail. You know, and then having higher quality textures allowed, you know, them to show more and to do more. And then a lot of Bungie games, I mean, as beautiful as they were, especially for the time they came out, like, and amazing, you know, they were, dude, they were totally, like, fucking barely finishing their games, and there were so many things that even they were going to still update or change, and a lot of things that just stuck, you know, that just ended up being what worked and what ended up being in the, you know, like, so there is a lot of stuff like that, but at the same time, you can kind of see if they were to keep refining it, like, where it would go to, I guess. Like, I really do think Halo 3, you know, was, like, probably the best with that, but at the same time, like I do, like, I'm kind of, like, I'm not, like, exactly like all the other, you know, people with how they look at that art style. Like, I do kind of like a real more, like, realistic version of Halo 3's art style, and I'm just gonna be honest, like, I think Halo Infinite did, like, the best for that, you know, that I think anything ever has, and that's a lot saying that, because, like, I really hated how Halo 4 and 5 looked for Halo. Like, I think they looked like, if they were like Metroid Z340, the sci-fi shooter that's gonna kill Halo, I would be like, or, you know, they don't have to say all that, but, you know what I mean? Then I would play it. I would be like, dude, this is awesome. Like, this game looks cool. You know, but it's because it has its own identity and of what what's to be expected, what it is, and, you know, all that. But yeah, like, going into Halo 4 for the first time, though, that is literally what caused me to quit Halo. Like, I was obsessed with Halo. Like, I was part of every Halo game. I've been in, like, I've had a Halo YouTube since 2008 or 9. You know, like, I've been primarily always about Halo. You know, I've you know, had detours and other shit, but, like, Halo was always, like, my main focus. If I were to, like, nail it down to, like, the one thing the most, that's the main thing that got me to be, like, a huge gaming nerd in the first place. Halo 2 did, you know, that fucking, man, Xbox Live and Halo 2 when it first came out was just, like, a different thing, you know. Like, you can't, I don't no one could understand that unless they experienced that, in my opinion, because it was just so fucking cool. It's not the same anymore, though. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I could just ramble on about this type of shit forever, and then, like, kind of forget what the fuck I'm even talking about. It's kind of funny, but sad. All right, let's see. Reach was sort of a step to the side as opposed to a step forward. Yeah, exactly. Like, it was kind of like if it was like I don't want to say just if it was more gritty, because like Halo 2 kind of did that, you know, in a way, but like it kind of took a more realism gritty, if that makes sense. It's like they wanted you to feel. I think it's because they wanted you to feel the terror that, like, if you weren't Master Chief and you're just like a normal Spartan. Or like not the Spartan, you know, like see the terror and you aren't as big, maybe. I don't know. Like, I know he's not like the biggest Spartan either, though, you know. But like if you're just like an average ass Spartan, which they honestly I think Reach would have been even better if it wasn't for like a Spartan game. You know, it could have been just like a Marine game and it would have had the same impact. But like, dude, like, I don't know, like I think it's because they were trying to make everything feel like, you know how they made the elites the way they were and they didn't talk and shit, and it was earlier on. They had a good excuse, like they didn't have voice translators or something weird, but it's like they made them so much more like monsters and like try to make them like almost scary or something. Not nearly like what Halo 4 did, but I will say that is a step in that direction, right? You know what I mean? When I say how it's a step in the direction, that's another thing that's an example of what I mean by that. Where it's like they took it way too far in Halo 4, but in Halo Reach they kind of did step in that direction where it was like, it's like the design of the game was kind of like that, you know? I don't know. It's just, man, I liked Reach, but it was just too different, you know? I appreciate what it was, you know what I mean? But like, I don't think it's like a Master Chief Halo game, you know what I mean? And it wasn't. But like, I feel like if Master Chief was in that game, it wouldn't feel right or something weird. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I think maybe that's why they didn't include him. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it kind of like Halo Reach kind of works from its perspective. You know what I mean? Like when you're just like not in, you know, just Chiefs. You know, I don't know. I say you know because I don't know. What else? Like, shit, I'm trying to think. Because, like, I wish ODST kind of did that too more. Like, I know they talked about how they wanted to do that more, make it feel like you're more of an ODST than just another, like, copy of a Spartan player. Which they kind of did, but not nearly as much as they had mentioned they wanted to. But at the same time, like, that game was still good, though. CE2 is still an evolution, not a clean slate. Yeah, exactly. And C and 2 have the best elites. I think CE had the best elites out of the first 3 Halo games. I don't even like Halo 2 and 3's elites, to be honest. They got ruined by being playable characters in the game. This is something that no one talks about because they love playable elites in Halo, which I don't disagree with. But like, they literally made them hunched over, like Hunchback of Notre Dame elites, just because they needed to fucking make them balanced for players and to be a playable character. And then instead of being like tall and like skinny, kind of like they are in Halo 1, they kind of ended up having to be like this, and you know, and it kind of killed it. And then their whole armor design got like, they get a little weird. Like in Halo 3, it feels like their armor's like barely hanging on their limbs and shit. And again, you have that like hunched over fucking like armature or ripped body or, you know, rig or skeleton that they got. Like, I honestly think like Halo 1 had the best elites, and then like Halo Reaches were kind of cool. I don't really like 4s at all, but Halo Infinites I think were the best ever. Maybe they kind of reminded me of Halo 1s, but like more like modern, I guess. And then with like more of like a modern, like not humane, but you know, like their gear looks a little less Covenant than I would like. You know what I mean? Like their undersuits. I mean, they have all those hexagons, but does that mean Covenant? You know. But you know, I don't know. It was like, I could just ramble on about that shit. I wish combat evolved. Yeah, I could see what you mean by saying make it look as you saw it as a kid, because even though like the art is hard to translate over directly to something modern, you know, because it was too simple back then in Halo 1, but there is like still a vision like everyone kind of like share, and if they can at least capture that should be the most important thing, you know, and then they can still like add in extra detail and this and that. as long as it's capturing like the gist of what that vision is, you know. But it's like they didn't even try to do that, man. They just put fucking Halo 4 Forerunner in architecture in place of like something that was supposed to be unique, I guess, you know. Like, I don't know, they just like even if that shit looked like Halo 3's, I would be fucking happy. But or even if it looked like it was ripped from Halo Infinite, I think I would have been happier than what they gave us. Like, people that think Halo or Campaign Evolved's geometry is the same as Infinite's, like the Forerunner architecture, I'm like, dude, no, like they're completely breaking all the rules of Forerunner architecture. Like, there's rules, like you can only use certain angles and you can only use certain measurements, and you know, like it's not easy to explain, and I'm not an expert of it, but I understand it enough to recognize it when I see it. You know what I mean? Like, there's just certain things that won't happen. Like, they're like, well, all they make is shiny Forerunner triangles, and I'm like, no, that's not. If you think that's what Forerunner architecture is, then that's the problem. You know what I mean? Like the generic shape could come to a triangle, but most of the time it would have like the tip shaved off, and then it would break down into this other bar, and then it'll, you know what I mean? Like, I would have to visually show you, but like, it's never as simple as like they try to make it out to be whenever they make like the Forerunner architecture for like Halo 4 or Halo 5 or Halo 5, for example. It was really over detailed and it looked cool in its own way, but it just was like so fucking much like it didn't even look Forerunner to me. It didn't even look Forerunner at all to me, honestly. And that's why it's like this new Campaign Evolved. It's like Halo 4's with a hint of Halo Infinite's like material and shit like that. I don't know. Like, it almost looks all right. You know, it doesn't look as bad as Halo 4 because it's a new ass game and the graphics are so fucking great that it kind of could pull off what they were trying to do better. But at the same time, man, I just wish they found like the best way to do it, I think, in Halo Infinite, and I think if they should just try to imitate that from now on, because I don't think they'll ever get better than that. At least for Forerunner stuff. Like, they did the terrain and the planet really well, you know, and the ring was, you know, the far away bitmaps look a little weird to me, but I don't know. And it's a little small looking, like the rings don't look big anymore. They look like they're like 1/10 the size as they were in Halo 1. They look like the same size as Zeta Halo, which is a small Halo ring, so I don't know what they're trying to do with all that. Like, they're desperately trying hard to make all this shit fit in lore before. Now they're just making it impossible, by the way. You know what I mean? Because they would explain all this stuff in the books. Like, oh, that's because this. That's because it's a Promethean tower. That's because, you know what I mean? They would always explain all this shit. But now at this point, it's like, okay, so what's your explanation now? Like, I really hope they stop trying to explain everything, though. It's no point. There's no point when shit's just an art style change and whoever was in charge picked that. Like, that's all that happened. I want CE elites that feel like CE elites to play as. That would be cool. I think you can have like some characters be taller without having them be like better or worse. Like, I know it'd be harder to balance, but I don't know, like in Halo Infinite, they made the elites like a really similar size to the Spartan, and they weren't like super hunched over, you know what I mean? Like, they weren't exactly the same. Like, they might have some benefits or something, but I mean, I think that doesn't mean you can't balance that out. You can't, like, one can have like some different benefit but than the other one, but at the same time they could still be balanced. I don't know though. I just want them to like not look ugly and shit. Halo 2 hunching over the elites ruined their look for their behavior. Yeah, exactly. The other behavior, they still look behaved and they still have like cool armor and shit, you know, but they just kind of made them like they all have broken backs. Yeah, well, they translated Chief's armor with extra detail and it looks fantastic in the remake. Yeah, exactly. That is like a great example of how to do a translation. The Covenant stuff looks good from what is actually new. Anything that's not like a Halo Infinite like object that's either a placeholder or just like whatever they got right now, like Like that stuff looks good too, but it would be nice if they at least like changed like the shoulders and shit, you know, and like the textures more up. You know what I mean? Just so they can like, if they like, dude, they can literally just change the shoulders, and I would be like, okay, well they tried. Like, you know, at least they're not exactly the same. I could keep like almost everything else the same, and I'll be like, well, whatever, you know, like at least make the most noticeable changes, you know. Same with the, you know, this is another thing that people are gonna like a what is it, a hot a topic people will argue about, like the Marines in Halo CE. So when Reach came out, those Marines are the same ones from CE, and Bungie changed them. Yeah, it's like I don't think the ones that went from Reach to the Ring were different than the ones that were just already on Reach again. You know, that's where they came from anyways. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know. They could have an explanation for that, but like, they straight up did change the art style to what it looks like in Reach. So like, I expect them to look like that in Halo Campaign Evolved, but I wish they looked like Halo CE's Marines, because they just look cooler. They just look more like you know, the command Starship Trooper type. They just look more classic, you know, like something I would expect from like that age or whatever. And honestly, I just feel like they look super generic, like military type future in Reach, you know what I mean? In Halo Infinite and in Halo Campaign Evolved. Like, they don't look bad. They don't look bad at all. But like, I really do wish they kind of like found that art style that Halo CE had that was a little more different than everything else, you know? Like a little bit different, but it still was Halo, obviously. I wish they kind of captured that a little bit, so you just knew it was like Halo CE just from glancing at a picture, you know what I mean? Because if they didn't announce it as that, you know, and they just like showed you like a picture of that, I would 100% think someone has an Unreal thing that they imported some assets into, and you know, maybe had animate or something to look like they were moving. In Reach, they feel like grubby foot soldiers. Yeah, they should lean really hard into Macworld E3. I wouldn't mind that, you know, like at least if it still had that, like, I don't know, man, like something about Foreigner stuff it just felt more ancient and new. I think that's what I liked about it, is it has the capability to feel ancient and new. Like, some areas were not upkept as much as other areas. Some installations had failures. Some installations had monitors that were going crazy. So there was shit that's fucked up. So like, while some areas should be beautiful and pristine and be set in the most amazing biomes, some areas should be broken down and aged for thousands and hundreds of thousands of years, like 50,000 years of aging to some metal material that we've never seen, and that's maybe overgrown by nature and shit, you know, because of that. That's how I picture Foreigner stuff. But it's like they want it to be like all old or all new, and I'm like, no, you can have everything in that, but like, just have like, you know, like I expect like the 343 Guilty Spark, the part you go into to find the flood shit, I expect that shit to be overgrown by plants. I expect like it to be a little fucked up in there, and it looked like it was tampered with a ton, and you know, but like maybe for a little longer than we think, you know, and then maybe like they can definitely, I don't know, like I'm just saying, like I just hope it's not all like extremely like pristine, shiny triangles. Like I feel like it's nice to have areas that have that kind of cleanliness, like especially ones that are like out in the open and that may be more seen by like Sentinel monitoring or something. I don't know. Who cares? Like, it doesn't need to go that deep. But I'm just saying, like, I just like a good balance of biomes and a good balance of fucking like, you know, clean and dirty and old and new. But that, I think, I don't know why I was talking about that, but again, with the Macworld shit, I think they could like kind of do a balance of like that, because Macworld kind of felt like ancient, and kind of like how like whenever I like watch Stargate, it just felt like you could be going to like any world or something, and you know, you would assume like there's parts of them that just feel like some type of way, like, you know, like it's something that's been sitting there forever. There has to be something to make you feel that way. Like, obviously they're upkept by sentinels, but there won't be like, there'll still be things to show that it's like a ghost of something, like it's a ghost of what it used to be. Let's see. Give me plate armored Marines mixed with Reach Ghost Recon looking armor. Yeah, that's why I loved Ghost Recon, because it kind of reminded me of Halo. With the you know, you got the hollow visor, and they have like, sometimes I wonder if that's what Halo Reach is like. Like, who came first, Ghost Recon or Halo Reach's Halo Reach? Like, not the book, not Halo 1, but the 2011 Ghost Recons were like, did Halo Reach's new Marine art style get influenced by Ghost Recon, or I wonder, or maybe it was the other way around? But they have like these similarities for sure. You do not like the CE 2025 assault rifle, dude? I don't know. Like, I don't think it's like, it's not good, but it's not bad. You know what I mean? It's like it would be cool. Like, it's like a cool weapon skin, but it's not like the weapon. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a cool alternative to what it could be, but it doesn't give me the, like, this is the AR that made the AR for Halo. Like, that is never, like, the fact that, like, the first AR we got was in Halo 1, so that's how we identify with the AR originally, because it came from that, you know? So it's like, everything should be kind of based off that in a way, and, like, in this new one, like, I'm like, dude, can you at least make the shape look like the same? Like, it's like they wanted to make it look like it was, like, the Halo Reach AR, but like, with a different housing, you know what I mean? Like, a housing theme to the Halo 3 one. Or maybe even the Halo 1 or whatever. I don't know. You know what I mean, though? Like, it's just weird. Like, again, it could be worse, but I don't know, man. It just doesn't feel iconic or anything. And, you know, okay, this might be weird, but, like, their Magnum looks great, but I actually liked it better before, whenever they didn't have the black back, and they didn't have, like, that little, in the middle, like, they didn't have that little indent, like, that little center thing on the, fuck, I can't even remember words. But yeah, they, like, added, everything they added to it since Foundry trailer made it look worse. Like, the one Chunch made of the Foundry one looks so good, and it's like, and then when I updated it, like, it looks like a replica, kind of. Let me figure out another texture. What's the one that I'm using on the free, actually? Soldiers look less like they're the same face body spawned in. Yeah, I kind of hate when they're like, when it's obvious like they're all the same. And I love when they all have unique, weird, goofy personalities and voices. They could also have a reboot of Halo and lean hard into Macworld E3. That's the only way it would work. I mean, I guess. But the thing is, though, even that, dude, I feel like that's such an like, you can interpret that in so many ways. Like, if, like, the Forerunner structures, for example, like, they definitely had the similar, like, cathedral church vibe, right? Like, you can tell, like, when some areas were, like, supposed to be holy sites, and some areas were supposed to just be, like, machinery rooms that you don't really walk through as, like, a foreigner, but, like, you know. But, like, at the same time, like, what was I saying? Like, oh, the Macworld one, it had so much more of that ancient, like holy feel, you know what I mean? Like, it didn't really feel like as futuristic in a way, I guess, as Halo maybe 1, 2, and 3 did, which I kind of like, you know what I mean? Because, like, it would be like a little bit like a little bit more ancient feeling than it even 1, 2, and 3 did, which might even be better. But I don't know. I feel like if they did that, maybe they would feel like, I don't know. I'm trying to think how ancient it would feel. I don't know. It just gave me a much more ancient, like, and a kind of a different vibe. Like, it wasn't bad at all, though. Like, I actually liked it just as much. But I always felt like it would be almost more grand or something if it was that way. Yeah, Ghost Recon Advanced Warfare. Yeah, because that came out in 2004. That's crazy to think about. I played those back then a lot. I always wish they didn't, like, fall off or whatever the fuck happened. I am not finding the right texture. Oh, here it is. Okay, I want to see what this one looks like. If this one looks bad, then I'm just gonna pretty much revert it and just fuck with it. Find something else later. Yeah, that's the one I want. It looks okay. I mean, obviously it's not perfect. Bro, there's like holes in the map and shit. You see all these holes in the map? Like, literally, they have like these lines that are like this geometry is just sliced the fuck up. And they just left it like that. And then it had, this whole wall had no texture on it. Oh wait, no, this one had a texture, but this one had no texture. Dude, why is this wall still green? I changed the whole entire texture, all the bitmaps, all the shader, and it's still green. Why is it green? I bet it won't be green once I relight the map. Which, man, I hope I can make the lighting better, not worse. All right, that's good enough for that's. I think that's a step forward. It looks goofy with these fucking corners, but whatever. Whatever. These corners are too hard. I guess it beats nothing though, right? I could do the same thing to that wall, I think. This one's just literally an invalid texture. UNSC FUD flat metal. I'm gonna change that out. Okay, so we got literally I think there's one that's just invalid. If I change this out with this one right here, my graphics. Watch. Please work. Here we go. Here we go. What will it look like? Shit or not? Oh wait. Oh, I have to. Oh yeah, it's gonna have to reload the level because I changed it in the BSP. Dude, I hope this don't look too bad. If it's at least stretched right, then that means I can scale the texture and the material still. Oh, dude. Ewy. I bet it did influence Halo Reach though. Maybe even a little bit of a... Oh, fuck. Where'd the lighting go? What the fuck is happening? Hold on. I think something broke. gonna just reload this. That is not. There's like literally no lighting on. That's so fucking weird. Sometimes I'll load into a scenario and like half the shit's just not there, so then I'll have to reload it. I wonder if that's what happened, because it's fucking weird, man. I didn't do anything to cause that. Sorry, I was just zoned out. So, do they apparently Halo Studios banned like fucking like Unique TV, the dude that made like all the Reach maps for like a couple playlists, like several of the maps. Like they should be paying him $100,000 for each of the years that he worked on Halo, essentially, because he's done more than an individual that's worked there getting that much money has done, in my opinion. Like, I'm not saying like they didn't do a good job or something, but I'm just saying like he's done as much work as one of them and it's contributed as much to that game as one of them. And now they're gonna ban him because he was doing a bug in the fucking, you know, zombie game mode they had, and to get a higher level. And I'm like, dude, if you can fucking exploit a game because it's using forged community made shit and not real dev made shit, then that's on you guys. Just make it so you can't get XP, or make it so you have a limit to your XP, or just patch it then, you know. But like, to ban people, even if he was just a random player, man, I don't know. Obviously I don't like cheating, but if you're not using a third-party app, if you're not like hacking or modding, if you're not doing something like to the game to make it so you can cheat, then like, to me it's not really cheating. Like, if I just like go in a game, and like this is a multiplayer game like that I'm playing right here, just let's pretend, right? If I just go in the game and I'm like, oh, I could just run around and shoot these guys, or I can just walk up and like jump up on this like ledge over here, and then now they can't see me and I can shoot them way easier. And then they're like, oh wait, that's out of the map, you can't do that. I'm like, oh, I just jumped up here. Like, it's not like I was, you know, it's not like I was like, I just jumped up there, you know, from playing the game. I didn't like do any, I didn't like enable super jumping or hack the game to get up here, or no clip, or, you know what I mean? But like, I just jumped up here. But it's like, okay, well then you know, that's why they have soft barriers to stop you from doing it. But it's like, okay, well then, and then if there's a hole in the map that allows you to do it, then they patch it with a hole. But in my opinion, like, if they're like banning people, that's kind of messed up. Now, it's one thing to reset their rank, especially if they get, I don't know about a full reset, but I mean, especially if they could just do a simple, like, hey, we're going to reset you since this glitch has been a thing, you know, and then we're going to either patch it or just give you a warning, you know, at least. I don't know, they just need to handle that shit better, man. Because I can't believe that, like, the only people that are contributing and playing that game right now are getting in trouble. Like, that's fucking shit. Yeah, Audible Fist, I got like an hour or two left. I have to go somewhere during dinner time maybe, but yeah, I've just been streaming, just been making everything PBR and just talking. Dude, look at how much, like, this is a random thing, right? I don't know what this is, but I mean, I think you can tell, but it looks so much nicer now. Like, just like looking at how everything looks and reflects, and it looks the way everything looks, like it has more depth to it now with PBR. Like, the resolution's still the same, but like, there's just like, it makes all these flat, shitty objects look like there's what they were intended on looking like, if they weren't crunched into this tiny little thing that could fit into a 360. You know what I mean? Like, if they were making it for the Xbox One or something. That's what I'm trying to make it, like, bring these levels up to something that slightly resembles that. I would have to redo a lot of the geometry from scratch, though, if I wanted to make it look that good, though. After looking back at the architecture from the trailer, I do not think it looks like Halo 4 at all. In terms of shapes, it's closer to Halo 3. Well, then you have no clue what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to sound like an asshole, but, I mean, I could... Okay, so first of all, it shares the... Okay, the reason why, and there's like the explanation for it is, like I said, like, they're not following the line, like, the way Forerunner architects... Like, I'm talking about Forerunner, like, the towers and shit. The insides don't look as bad, but they still have a lot of the paneling and line work from Halo 4. But if you look at that first tower, you know what I mean? If you just look at it, it's using line work that was only in Halo 4 and 5. It's using shape language and stuff, like, same with that big tower. That was only in Halo 4 and 5. Like, I don't even know if I'm saying the right words, so, like, I'm, again, like, this, but, like, what I'm talking about is, like, there's just more, it's hard to explain without, like, fucking having pictures to show about it, you know what I mean? But Halo 4 and 5, they had, like, this time, it's just the same line work. It's literally the same line work from those games, you know what I mean? And then the paneling is still the same. And then the fact that, like, that tower, if that, just simply put, like, if that tower, like the big one, not the one at the beginning, but the big one that you see as you're flying in, like, if that tower didn't have a pointy tip, I know that's a stupid thing to say, but just that tip in itself, like, breaks the Forerunner design rules. Now, you can come to, like, tips, but, like, from a side like perspective, it would kind of never come to that point. You know, it might come to, you might see a pointy tip from like the front of a structure, but like again, that sounds like stupid nitpicking, but there's literally rules that Paul Russell made, and they're not that complex, but it's like when you make them, you kind of gotta follow like the guide of it. You know, you gotta like look at it like, okay, this is a rule, now I want to do this, but is it breaking it? You know what I mean? And if you keep following those rules, it'll look like Halo Infinite, and it'll look way better. Like, if you can't see the difference between Halo Infinite's architecture and Halo Campaign Evolved's architecture, that's totally fine. Like, you're not an artist, and you know what I mean? Or you're not someone that can identify things like that, and it doesn't matter to you, and that's fine. You know what I mean? Because that's the way I see it. It's like, there's certain things that, like, they are different, and they do follow different rules, and that's just a fact. Now, while I say, though, that Forerunner architecture in Halo Campaign Evolved, it doesn't look terrible. It's just not following the rules, though. And if it did, it would look way better. That's what I'm saying, you know what I mean? I think the whole fucking game looks great, to be honest. But you know what it could look like? Even better. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Halo fucking Infinite, like, looked so awesome, and it followed all those rules. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think if it didn't in certain areas. Like they even made their lower ranks Covenant. I'm pretty sure we're just gonna be the lower ranks banished in that game. I'm pretty sure they were just gonna be Covenant at first, because they had Covenant variants of the vehicles, and they had all this Covenant stuff in the game files and Covenant concept art. So I'm pretty sure that a lot of those just look like Covenant so much because they were gonna be Covenant. But at the same time, I don't know that for a fact. But like they did those really well too. They did like the unit. I already said all this earlier, so I feel like I keep repeating myself. But they did the Unity so great. They did Foreigner perfectly. You know what I mean? Like, and then whatever Rebs said, Rebs was saying that like one of the devs posted, which I think might be a legit comment, but he was saying basically one of the main dudes that was keeping all the Foreigner stuff in check, he had like he basically had like all the measurements and angles and this little things that you follow for guidelines to when you make Foreigner shit, right? Like he had all that like in his mind, and it's out there, you know, it's on documents by Paul Russell, and he wrote all that shit out. They can 100% study all that and figure out how it works. And then they can make it look perfect, right? But like, they didn't do that, and they had someone that worked there that just knew how, like an art director, like just knew all that shit, and he doesn't work there anymore. So like now it's just these dudes that are all just trying to fucking do what they can, and I don't even blame the fucking devs, you know? Like, it's the fact that they got someone in there that's just not like that's not for that, you know? Like the main, I'm pretty sure the only art director on this game right now is the fucking one that was the art director for Forza. And yeah, we got a really cool Warthog, but I don't think that, and honestly, I have a feeling that like Glenn Israel, the one that left, might have been over the Foreigner architecture more, because like he's the one that made the Halo 4 and 5 architecture with Sparth and what the fuck, that other dude, the main art director, but he's the one that helped make it, you know what I mean? And is it a coincidence that the one that so he got kicked off of Halo Infinite, right? And then the other art producer that knew all this shit was doing great, and they made it look amazing. So he's not, now that he's not there anymore and he's back on it. So Halo 4 or Halo Infinite was looking a lot more like Halo 4 and 5 originally, you know? And then they changed that, and I'm pretty sure that was like all, I'm pretty sure that was all like connected, you know what I mean? So like there's like so many things, like I obviously I wasn't there to see it firsthand, but like, man, like when you go to like, when you go from Halo 4 and 4 and 5 Foreigner architecture, which didn't look terrible, it just wasn't following the rules, to like Halo Infinite, which honestly looked like the best ever, and then you go back to Campaign Evolved, which is definitely more a step towards Halo 4 and 5 with a hint of Infinite. Like they have things in there that are okay, like a little bit an improvement from 4 and 5. But the thing is that there's things in the current Forerunner architecture that only 4 and 5 did, is what I'm trying to say. So if the actual truth, in my opinion, is it's a hybrid of Infinite and 4 and 5's architecture, but I already felt like Halo Infinite's reminded me enough of 4 and 5. Enough of it, if that makes sense. Even though it wasn't like it. I don't know. But sorry, like that's just my opinion. Like you obviously don't have to agree with it or anything, and that's fine. Paul Russell's the dude that made the Forerunner architecture, Audible Fist. He's the one that like kind of came up and like grounded, or what's the right word? Like basically set it up so like how to like identify if it is like basically it's not just like random shapes. You know what I mean? Like it's not just like a triangle with like a blunt end and like some, you know, shapes that go like this and kind of go at an angle. It's not like a line that goes to 45 to another line to another 45 to another line to, you know what I mean? There's like basically a set of rules and shit that they kind of came up with so that that way whenever they made new shit, it would all kind of look, you know, like you can see, like there's a way for human minds to like see shit like that and to understand and comprehend it without like being able to fully articulate it. You know what I mean? Like when you can tell when something's all following the same pattern. Like human brains are really good at detecting patterns, and whenever it's broken, the pattern's broken, my brain's like, ah! You know what I mean? While it still looks fine, it's just like, oh. Like, it just makes me feel bad that, like, the person in charge of the art doesn't understand that. You know, like, I'm just a dude, and I understand that, and, like, and I can get to a point where I understood it way more than, like, just, like, you know, the conceptually. Like, I can actually learn it if I needed to, which I actually want to at one point, because I don't know, man. Forerunner shit just looks so cool. Corbin, I got some concept art of mine of Infinite that makes me wish they had time. I saw a developer comment about the guy that eats sleep design. Wait, what? Glenn had a lot of knowledge and experience for everything, not just Forerunner. No, that's what I mean. Glenn wasn't like a Forerunner person. Okay, what Glenn was good at, from what I've seen, is he was good at making like good technical sheets for like a gun, for example. Like, this is what the side profile should look like. This is like the silhouette with, you know, this is like the shape of it. That, you know, might have some details pointing into like what materials would be for each object. Like, he did a lot of shit like that, you know what I mean? But he never made like a beautiful, I never seen one thing from him that was like a beautiful art piece, like you know, like Isaac Hannaford, you know what I mean, for example. Like, I'm pretty sure Glenn was like a technical type, if that's the right word, technical type artist, you know what I mean? Or he made like all these technical sheets and like and stuff. And you know, he never did anything terrible, but I don't think he would even be someone that would have understood a lot of this shit. And I think he did figure out, he did help design the Halo 4 and 5 art style, which I think he wasn't like in charge of, in you know, or anything, or I know he wasn't. But the thing is, he was one of the primary people that did help with it. So it makes me wonder how much he was just like taking instructions from that guy, or how much he just, you know, because I honestly think that's how he Forerunner stuff got defined for him, if anything, in the first place, because of that. Like, maybe if he did more of that on, like, he only did Reach and ODST, which were like way different, you know. And then even in those, again, he was just like a concept artist on those games, I think, and he wasn't like the main, what is it, fucking director or whatever. Like, he wasn't like the main dude, he was just like an artist on those, and his stuff wasn't bad, like the stuff he did, but it wasn't like, I felt like literally anyone that finished art school could imitate what he was doing, though. He never did anything that I saw that was like, damn, like, God, dude, he knows exactly the soul of Halo, you know what I mean? But that's because, like, again, I don't think he even created art like that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think he did. Like, let me look him up real quick to show you an example, actually. Like, this is kind of like Halo. Fuck. What's his actual name? I think that's how I spell it. Art. here's some. This will be a good thing to make my. This is exactly what I'm talking about right here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This looks great. It's just like so generic. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's all this good technical, you know, stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's not bad. It's not bad at all. But like this is like. You know what I mean? There's no like, damn. It's just like, okay, very technical, like, you know, see what I was saying? Like he makes all the weapon and character like sheets to show their silhouettes and their bodies and outlines, and maybe some sheets to like show materials and stuff like that. You see what I mean? I think he was responsible for creating the Lich. I think he was, actually, from what I heard, which actually that's a good thing, you know. Like again, I'm not saying he was terrible by any means. Look at this original version of it though. Isn't that cool? But some people leave, and I'm just kind of like, you know, I'm not saying this is a good thing, but I'm also not saying it's a bad thing. You know what I mean? There's some people, there's some like really fucking legendary artists out there that I would love to see work on Halo, that probably even love Halo as much. Like he made cool shit like this, dude. Like these technical sheets to figure out like the materials on guns, and you know, like he kind of came up with a lot of that shit. It looked, I'm pretty sure. Just reading developer commentary notes and concept art, people who made Halo Infinite Foreigner stuff don't work there anymore. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier as well. Like, they don't even work there anymore, and that's why it doesn't look like it should. And that's why it's the main thing that stands out to me. And again, that's something that's not, like, easy to understand and to imitate, though. Like, Foreigner shit, dude, like, that shit's, like, fucking, like if there was like a real civilization that ended, I would expect them to follow some sort of beautiful rule set like that, because there's like rule sets, and if you follow them, like no matter what you do, it'll look beautiful in my eyes. Like it might sound stupid, right? But I swear to God, like there's certain things in art, like where if you follow these patterns and guidelines, like there's like, then somehow it always comes out beautiful, and I just don't think they're following those anymore. At least for the Foreigner stuff. And again, that's just my opinion, but like the way they were originally doing everything was just so fucking perfect. And I just think like they really need to like look at Infinite and be like, look, this is what he did for, you know, like when this was still a Covey. I swear, dude, I swear it's not a fucking it's not a conspiracy. Like there was gonna be Covey stuff in like Halo Infinite. I think there were gonna be like allies also battling the Banished. But you know, these technical worksheets are like, they're useful, and he might even come up with a lot of the original silhouettes for ships and guns and shit, you know what I mean? Which again is very useful. But he doesn't do the same type of art that will make me like fucking fall in love with an artist. Not like literally fall in love, but you know what I mean, where I'm just like, damn dude, I wish I could be like them. Like shit, like these are all really great, but I feel like anyone could, like if these are like the original like concept though, which I don't know how much of these were like worked alongside other people, because like obviously a lot of these are just like he'll even have stuff for like a Reach update, you know. Dude, this is peak. I'll say this is peak. I'll admit when something's peak. This is peak. Whatever this is, I've seen this before. That would have been dope as fuck to see in Halo Reach. Would it not? See, this is like all his Halo Reach concept, dude. No offense, but this very much gives me the energy of college project. Like, that looks really good, though. Like, if you just, you know, like, it's really good in general. It's just not like art director good. Like I've never seen him do something that shows that he truly understands, like, you know, what separates Halo from everything, I guess. He does in some ways. He's got weapons really down. Kind of. I mean, some of the Halo 4 ones are a little much. These are pretty cool, though. Honestly, is it bad that I like haven't even really seen a lot of his shit? But it's just because I was never much of a fan of it. All the cut Reach animals. What's up, Mini Man? I wonder. So he did this one. I wonder. That's pretty good. I would say that, but it's still very Halo 4, obviously. See, the only like artwork, it's like it's very Halo-y, and if it's not Halo 4-y, I mean Halo 4-y, then it's very like technical. Like I'm drawing a table. Here's a table. Like I don't know, anyone could fucking do that. And I'm not trying to say that's like supposed to make him look good. Like it could have been a random side thing he did, not trying to like make him, you know what I mean? But again, like out of all the artwork that he did have, like nothing's like wow. So I guess, you know, that's why I'm like, I know I'm not saying he was the reason why Halo 4 architecture got bad, but like he went along with it in my opinion. And I think if anything, he picked a lot of stuff up from when he did that. Oh, that's that cut narrative thing. I don't know why I'm on here. Why did that show up in the... Dude, Bing has the worst searching ever. Freaking ever. There's a base drawing that everyone has to follow in animation. I forget what it's called. Halopedia usually has it linked to their sources. Oh yeah, you're talking about that one. Like there's like a Paul Russell... I doubt this will come up, but can I even spell? Did I spell that right? Why does it look so wrong? It's probably... No, it's surprises they're not like images related. God, I wish he didn't delete his like fucking shit. It was acting like Blue Sky was gonna kick off, and I'm like, dude, like that's all these freaking side apps never go anywhere, and then it just divides people even more. And then now like people aren't on Twitter, and it's like, damn it, dude. I miss when he was just talked on there like a person. Like I don't care what people fucking believe. I just like want to talk about Halo. It's not fair. I mean, obviously, this is just Foreigner City, so I don't know why that came up. Honestly, like, all this architecture is, like, obviously following it, though. Even there's weird test shit that looks kind of like, you know, something you would see in Halo Wars or Halo 4 almost, you know, but it's still following it to an extent. And they even have circular geometry in there, which works in some cases. But honestly, I'm not a fan of stuff usually when it's circular. I think circular looks good when it's kind of like some part of like something extending outward, like the tower, like the Guardian Forest Tower, that overhanging things kind of has a hanging out thing that comes into a circle a little bit. Same with those like towers on the Ark. Like you can put circular stuff in there, and that's kind of like what I say is like the inspiration from CE. Like that's the little bit of CE art style, in my opinion, seeping to 2 and 3. And then I mean, it could have floaty bits. God, where's that picture, dude? I don't know, man. I'm not gonna find anything on fucking Bing. Honestly, I have all that shit stored somewhere, I think. Either on one of my phones or in a hard drive. But yeah, like... What is this? Halo 4? I don't know, man. I just think, like, look, it's shiny, but it looks dirty. You know what I mean? I kind of like when it kind of looks like that. Because, like, while the Sentinels should be, like, cleaning or they more like maintaining, I don't think they'll be pressure washing, you know? I don't think they would care about something until it stops working or functioning as desired. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they would want it to look pretty, too. But then again, they could, because that could be what the Foreigners wanted whenever they were alive. You know what I mean? But I do like the idea of some areas looking brand new and upkept, and then other areas looking like they fell under because something happened. Like Alpha Halo actually would be a great Halo to have like half of it like fucked up looking, just because I mean think about it, he was going like crazy and shit. Like he wasn't upkeeping things as well as he should have, the whole thing. Dude, like look at this. Look, this is fucking peak. Like, oh. Like this is like literally like the fact that someone did this so fucking perfectly. I don't think there's one fucking like you know, surface material or a breakup that breaks the rule here. God, dude, I'm not gonna lie, Halo Infinite's fucking Forerunner shit was so peak. Look at the Halo 5 shit next to it. Look at that elite. They just make it look so goofy. God, dude. Whoever they had working on these, like, they need to get them back, man. They need to give them twice the pay they had before. Like, whoever was, like, mostly responsible for this shit. God, dude. What's my internet suck? Like, I wish my internet sucks so much freaking ball. Dude, just look at this is what I call peak Forerunner. Look at the grime, like you can see the dirt and the grime. It still has the shine. Every single fucking panel, like all the lines and shit are following the rules. Like in Halo Campaign Evolved, like it does look similar, and it does kind of look like it's imitating it, but it's just not like I really want to get good enough so I could just point things out like that. Cause like, I don't know, man. Like this just looks so amazing. I don't think they're ever gonna get better than this. Not in you know, like I thought they were just gonna always at least imitate it. I think that's the best they can do is imitate this. Like imagine if that was the control room in Halo fucking CE the remake. But like they could just make a wide version. I don't know, man. That's just me. I just think this looks fucking peak. Well, there is some things I don't like, though, like the lighting. Like, I kind of wish, like, I do like how it was dark in some areas, but those blue... They used too much blue Forerunner lights in some areas. That's the one thing I can say that I didn't like. All those images, developer notes for Forerunner City, I mean Lost City. Which picture are you looking... I was just looking for that, like... For those, there's like images that kind of like diagrams that explain like the rules and shit. Like if this was a 3-for-3 thing, like one of these triangles would come to a point. You know what I mean? There would be like a point where it doesn't just like break down into some other thing, and then like different panels would be like one, and then instead of being like separated into two like that, they would be like. There would be like another one overlaying it or something, you know? I don't know, it's hard to explain, but once you just compare them directly, like they do look like each other. It does. One thing I do like though is about 343's Forerunner take is, or when or whoever just, you know, doesn't get the full thing, is it does kind of remind me of like whenever you have a civilization and they have different architectures. But now that they like have it like that, I just want them to like, I just wish they can keep them separated, you know? Instead of it making it obvious that it was just an art style choice or whatever the person in charge at the time thought would look best, or you know, did it the way they understood at least. But what's up, Didact? How you doing? You can go on the Wayback for his tweets. Yeah, probably. But I don't even know about the. I don't even know. It could have been like I would be like searching through shit for like hours and shit. Yeah, anything for Halo Infinite, dude. I just fucking thought was so goddamn good looking. I think the one big thing about the going to Unreal is like the externals outside areas will look so like I think the inside areas for Infinite were so peak, but the outsides, in my opinion, didn't quite match like they looked good, but they weren't looking as good in my opinion. But I think in Unreal that'll solve that problem. Man, I can literally cry about how good this looks and how much better it looks than Halo Campaign Evolved. Anyways, there is supposed to be more blemishes and dirt on it, but they never got around to that apparently. And in some places, imagine this level of awesomeness applied to the whole game. Dropped some links. So, what have you done so far in the campaign PBR map? Oh, so I'm making the whole. Not the whole. I'm not making the whole level PBR. I mean, I'm making this whole level PBR. I'm not making the whole game PBR. Even like now, you can see like the way everything looks. It's already like, you know what I mean. Even this roughness on this piece, you know, like this is just a basic upgrade. It almost looks the same, but this kind of looks upgraded. Everything you see is already PBR right now, by the way, but some stuff is like less obvious. You know what I mean? Like, I was comparing it directly to like the original earlier, but this is like the same lighting, but like, I mean, if you just get up to these and shit, you can just see like this looked like a flat. It didn't look like a real material. It just looked like they just put like a picture, a digital picture, you know, just like the diffuse only kind of on like so much shit. I think that's the biggest problem with stuff. And by the way, if you just got here, I pointed this out earlier to someone, the Q maps are definitely temporarily, these Q maps are going to all be replaced by the dynamic ones, but I'm not generating them until I relight the map. Everything's already PBR almost. But until I relight the map, then, and you know, get everything looking the way it should, I'm not going to bake the cube maps. But once I do, it should look really, really good, and there won't be like weird reflections and weird colors. And sometimes you'll even see weird colors in the reflections. But dude, even like that, like you see just like how like that door looks like, it literally looks like it has 3-dimensional handles now. It kind of looked like that before, but not nearly as much as it does now. Even little things like this box and shit has PBR, but again, it's not high resolution. I'm not upscaling anything, because it could help, but it's not worth all the memory that it would end up, you know, you taking. But what I might do is re-import some of these in better settings. Some of the diffuse maps, so that they're not like green and weirdly compressed. I also updated like the ice and shit. Like before, it was just like a flat white color and that you couldn't really see because of the lighting before. The lighting was so dark and weird, and it was so green. Like the lighting's still the same, but like before, like you really couldn't even tell that the ice was weird looking. But yeah, I don't know, I just updated it a little bit. It still looks a little weird, but in my opinion it looks a lot better. But yeah, and then if you just like look at like walls like this, you can just see the scratches and the shine and the dirt and grime. They're all so much separate, you know, looking. Like some of the original textures were surprisingly decent, while some of them were like literally just like nothing or like missing shit. And then some of them again just got a huge. Any of the textures that were meant to look like it had a lot of dirt and like grime and like a lot of metal shine, those ones got the most benefit, I think, from this. I think like looking up here, it looks like way different. I think I fucked up the bump map on there. Looks like it might be messed up. Oh, I think actually it might have a detail map on for some reason. But yeah, like I'm just kind of flying around areas. But like I swear, like once you're in game, like you can see like a huge difference between like how like everything looks now. Like and some things not as much. Some things I was like, there's no way it looked like that before, and then I would go back and look at it, and I'm like, holy shit, that's bad. But not everything. Look, you can go to the clouds. But yeah, like I do want to like apply it to as many places that I can benefit from. Like I can try out like stuff on the next level, but it's since it's outside and it's all like nature terrain, like I'll like try some of that stuff, but I just don't expect it to be that much better looking because it's already like, so flat and who knows, I don't know. It's already just like so basic usually. Or it's not as noticeable. It's just not as noticeable. What else? But yeah, I do want to like see if I can get their Forerunner stuff to kind of look like that grime and shine too. Because Forerunner shit looks good when it has grime and shine. You know what I mean? I love that term because like I think everything looks peak when it's like dirty but it's shiny still, because it's like it just allows you to see all the depth and the layers to it. Well, even in real life, some materials are just like basic, like the wall in my house. Like if I tried to put this in a game, I would feel like I would have to have the right amount of roughness. Otherwise, I would probably feel like this wall in my house is just like too flat and basic, and it needs to look cooler. You know what I mean? But luckily, this is a video game, so we have an excuse to make it look cool. I'm gonna drop some links. Oh yeah, let me look at those. See if I can. Maybe those are related to like some of this shit. Even where I will meet covers, I found this. Yeah, it still looks like that in game, but it looks a lot nicer. I'll say that. But it looks goofy. They have like this. They have this texture. It's the same one that's on the ceiling, but like tiny. But to be fair, they did kind of make it look like a panel just fell off, you know what I mean? No messages, just making sure I wasn't missing something. Then even in here, like if you just like look at this hall, you're just looking at like just like how that wall looks and like how the lighting hits the ceiling right there. You know what I mean? Like, dude, some stuff just looks like a huge improvement. And then like you go in here and you like the way I was showing this earlier, but the way these walls look, you know, like compared to that before, and it was a lot easier to show the comparison. But like the ground just looks like it has like this, you know, like it just looks like it's being reflected, like light's actually reflecting on it, and it's hitting it in a way that makes it look like the material it really is, or at least more like that, you know. The way this shit's shining from far away, it looks dope. Like again, like these walls, these walls look. By the way, these walls look terrible in the game. They're like a solid color almost. You couldn't even see like all the like shine behind it. Like they are still really low res, but like I swear, dude, making everything PBR, it's kind of like how I see Zed's like Halo 3 PBR mod. Or in Halo 4, it's like all the Halo 3 stuff. At first, I was like, I'm not doing that, dude. It looks terrible in Halo 4 because the materials couldn't like bring all that shit, you know, to the quality that they really should be at. But now that he's using the PBR stuff, it looks so much better. And that's kind of the way I look at these like walls. Like they went from like the most flattest looking thing. They're still low res and low poly, but I don't know, man. These textures. Like when you're like looking at stuff from like a little further away and you're not like up inside of it, you know what I mean? Like when you're like just looking at stuff, it kind of looks fucking good. You know what I mean? And then, but again, you get close and you're like, oh, it's flat. Oh, that's kind of how I look at it, though. Oh, and then I was talking about this earlier. So these green, like that's just from compression of the texture. So I mean, anything that's like that, I'm gonna run through the levels and just find the ones that are like extremely obvious, like usually in bright spots, and I'm gonna just replace them. I don't think that'll be a big deal. God, dude, even the way this is hitting, like right here, oh, it looks so good, dude. And then like without the green, dude, it would look so good. Oh my god, it's gonna look even better than this. What next? But yeah, and then besides that, I've also run through this, right, if you can see here. I've been running through everything. I'm on 16 Lookout, which is like the next area. But I'm basically just going through and replacing everything. I've basically got all the main textures. There's some textures that have the same bitmaps, but that they use a different texture for a little customness, you know what I mean? To allow it to be a different color, or to add it, make it dirtier or something. So I still need to update some of those, and there is still a few textures that are unique that I haven't replaced, but I've done like most of them already. Earlier I was showing this, whoever's came in the past hour, but I think I still have these pictures down here. So in the game, and which I proved to everyone earlier by just going in game to like the one person watching at the time. No, but this right here was in retail. It's just using that 512 by 512 default texture grid, and then it's like, so I replaced that with just something like a little different, so it just kind of looks like it could be something from far away. But at the same time, like, I don't know if there's any UVs that would actually match up to it at all. And then on this next part of the level, what I'm currently working on. So this is another thing I proved that's in the retail game. There's like a wall. There's a couple walls. One wall doesn't have any texture. It's this whole entire wall has no texture. And then this other wall just has like a really broken texture. So let me go down here. Oh, fuck. Okay, so like earlier when I was editing something, I like broke the fucking light maps. I thought it was just I had to reload it, but I definitely broke the light maps down here. I'm gonna have to fix those. Luckily, it's not hard, but I don't know why it would have changed in the first place. Yeah, so there's no light maps on right now. I guess changing that invalid texture somehow did that, like, or something. I don't know, man. That's actually really confusing why it's fucked up. Because I didn't change... All I did is change the invalid texture with something. Which, this is a placeholder one. So this black wall was... if you go in the game right now, anything that's black, which is this wall... Anything that's black, not this one. This is gray. But anything that's using this texture right now is literally... It's literally like, basically using the invalid texture. It's just like not... It's just like a gray, flat gray. You know, like there's nothing there. You know what I mean? So like that wall had no textures on it. It had nothing on it. So right now I'm trying to add something to it. And then this wall... Yeah, it was like pitch green before. I need to relight this area anyways. So honestly, like, I might not even try to revert it to what it was. I'm probably just gonna leave it. I don't know why the light maps got fucked up there. Like, I didn't do anything to that. Like, what caused that? They're even kind of weird and weird. A little bit. Let's start out right here. Dude, that is strange. I'm so confused. Whatever. It won't look like that later. But yeah, so this wall is like... It was like pitch green. And then this wall is literally fucking... It was just like completely white. Like no texture was applied to it. And whenever I applied a new texture to it, instead of invalid, it literally broke the light maps. Well, you know what? What I'm gonna revert that and see if that somehow makes the light map work again. I'm just curious. I want to know what the fuck happened, kind of. Because whenever stuff like that happens, that could be something bad. Like, Watch. Control Z. See invalid material. Save. This is what it was like before, right? So now it's gonna reload. I wonder if the lighting's messed up, but we'll see. I could have also clicked something. I might have, I'm so fidgety with my fingers, and I click things early. I hope I didn't go through this and accidentally delete one of these. That would have been bad. If I did though, it should have been this one, because that's where the lighting and stuff is. This has all the light maps in here. You got your lights. Oh, this is just the light info, like what the lights are. And then light maps are in one of these. Maybe. Fuck, I forgot where they actually stored those. They're in here somewhere then. I used to remember how to navigate through them. You know what's annoying is I actually kind of remembered a lot of things from learning through assembly, but like now, like everything's just called, like all the what I would remember back then isn't the same anymore. Oh, this is the default wall. Oh, look, the lighting's back. So, look, replacing this wall with a texture breaks the lighting on the whole level, or on this whole BSP. Isn't that bizarre? That's so fucking weird. That is so weird. Like, if someone explained how that works, then sure. Somehow the invalid texture needs to be in the map, I think, for it to work. Or it needs to be in the BSP for it to work. I don't know how I'm going to replace this wall unless I just change the invalid texture to something else. But then, like, that will reflect through the whole game if I do. This is literally how this wall is in retail. They shipped a game with a wall that you run by that's completely unfinished, and no one sees this shit. I don't know why. I've seen it every time I played it, but like I honestly, every time I play it, I'm just kind of like, wonders what's going on with that. What I actually thought happened is it had a texture, and then they accidentally edited it to be like zoomed into it on accident, and then it just had to be reset, but no, it just had no texture. Oh, this one's green again. So this one's like really green. I'm hoping when I relight the map, it won't be pitch green. And then, oh, this door is RGB or LGBQT, I don't know. And the same with here. Oh, same with this one up here. Like, I don't know why. This is the default light. Whenever you take out the light maps, all this shit disappears. Like, why does the light maps make it like that? What the fuck? I think that's so strange. Let's see. I'm gonna read the comments. Can't wait for someone to take it upon themselves to redo the foreigner buildings in the background. What, in this game? Oh, did you take the ice effects from green or go from scratch? No, I haven't taken anything from green yet. I don't know if we're gonna work together or not, to be honest. The truth is, like, I don't think we will work well together, because, like, I don't know. I think we have different eyes for things, from what I'm noticing. But what I will say is I want everyone that mods Halo 4 to get together and to make a public database for shit. Anytime that we finish, like, a tag that's like, okay, like, I can't even think of one thing I could possibly do to make this better type of tag, then I want people to be able to put that somewhere. Like, I kind of want to release all my stuff in general, but, like, I would like to, like, somehow have it more organized and like, accessible, like, so that way, like, and then, like, I think it'd be cool if we had, like, a website where everyone can do that, and then that way new modders would come and be able to make Halo 4 look like a Halo they like. They can make it look like Halo 1, 2, 3, 4. They can make it look like Halo Infinite, you know what I mean? Like, after these tags are all released. Like, think about it. Like, when Zed releases all his Halo 3 tags, if me, Green Knight, and Rejected Shotgun in, like, a year release all our tags that we finish, and, like, stuff like that for different mods we have, like, we'll have such a great database, and that would imagine if that was the starting point for new mods. Imagine if you had, like, 10 different groups of people, or people in general that like were all, you know, starting on mods, and then instead of starting from scratch or starting from Halo 4, they were able to just start with a game like a base tag, like a tag base. I mean, that would be like something that would resemble like Halo Infinite or Halo 3. I think that would be amazing, and honestly, I think that would be like the best way to like, you know, because like I'm gonna be honest, like using any old mod tools, I don't even see the point in anymore. Like this shit can do everything those games can. The only thing is just you would have to recreate everything. You know what I mean? So if recreating everything is gone and it's not a problem, then like you basically already got everything. If someone, I don't know if someone will like port the levels and shit, but if they did that as well, like if they, man, imagine if someone imported everything, all the old Halos to the new, to the best engine we got, which is 4. Like I think that would be awesome. And then, yeah, especially if all that shit was public. Are these? I can't tell if the ground's too. I would say this ground's too reflective, but honestly, it looks fine considering that it's like reflecting that. Which I don't even know how it's doing that, because I'm just using I'm using a placeholder cube map. I don't know how it even looks like that. Is it a coincidence? I don't know. Maybe that one's not using it, the same one. I don't know, but that's I can ramble about that shit. Where did I read from? Okay, I'm gonna read down the comments all the way up here. I just can't wait for someone to take it upon themselves. Yeah, the Forerunner stuff, I already read that one. What if I told you there's some early Halo 4 art that makes it look like more in line with Halo 3? Yeah, there's also some stuff I was shown earlier, like these references, which let me hop into here real quick. I'll try to be brief since I'll end up rambling and then getting way behind on chat. But so look, I like the little I liked some of the ideas they had initially with Halo 3 more than what they came out with. So I took a couple pictures for inspiration from these early builds. Those are just like what I was. This is what I'm trying with, by the way, with the new Requiem face or whatever mouth. But I don't know if it's gonna work out. I might try to upgrade that to something better. But this concept art just reminds me of what you're just talking about, where it just looks like Halo Reach or 3, you know, more so, like mainly because you got that pelican, you know, and then you can really this is like Sparth shit. Like Sparth does the most overly detailed abstract art, which isn't bad, but like I don't know, it's like subject. I don't know what's the word. Like some people might really like it more than others. I liked how this dude right here, his same artist as this guy, as this person. I liked his idea for the level, and it's kind of like what I'm going for. I think I want to make it like dim, but like shiny and like bright in a way where it's like, okay, I could see everything, but it's dark. You know what I mean? It's not like some glaring bright fucking light or anything. And then I want to have this atmosphere that it didn't have. Like, I want to try to make sure I do get that, because right now I don't have that at all. And I kind of want to go for that, and then instead of being blue, like might have some more blue lights. Instead of it being tinted blue, I think I'm gonna just add more blue lights. Like make the lights up there blue, for example. The only problem is I have no clue what lights what. I could probably use Blender to figure that out. Instead of just guessing, because then I would have to guess and then light bake. Like that. Oh, and then I was showing them this earlier. By the way, I was saying, look at the early geometry for this level looked more like Halo 3, which is another thing that goes along with what you're saying. See how this like all the old Halo 3 ships had like those ribbed insides where like you had to like, you know, like almost like column support or something like that for the ship, you know. But they had these like support structures or something or whatever in all the old ones, and they don't have those in Halo 4 or any of the new ones. It's like different. Honestly, I don't like how the doors are, honestly. But, like, you could see that they had that monitor and this wire still, and all these looked more like Halo 3 pods, and they still had these, like, overhanging things, and you know, these here. Like it still looks very similar, but I do wonder how a lot of this stuff would have turned out if they tried to make it match up more. This is just showing off the UI, but from the old build, I was like, man, I kind of just like when it's dark. Now this is almost just like a no light map dark, you know what I mean? Like there's like nothing right here, so it might be a little too much in that way. I just like this because it could be used as like a modern Halo 3 AR. I use this for training grounds. I just like Halo 3 vibes and arts and try to like keep those in there, so I use them. I'm gonna use Broen's mammoth front area to make it have a front area too. What was I gonna show you though besides that? Is that everything? Kind of liked how there was like mixed new and old assets. You know, you have like new art style, old Jackal. I just kind of liked. That's kind of like what I was trying to do with the Jackals in this mod, with how they had the old armor but the new body. You know, how they like mixed like that, which I don't know if I'm gonna keep it like that. We'll see. And then oh, I liked how like these like they didn't have any like ridiculous tints to the lighting. This is, you know, concepts for this first level, and all the metallics just looked way more metallic. All the metals look, yeah, again, they look more reflective metal, and then that's kind of like, in the game they're all like way more white, you know, and painted and just flat looking. So I'm trying to like imitate this a little more too, because they always have like initial good ideas and they just push them and went way too far. And this is another one that's kind of like, you know, this is of this level with. Master Chief still looks like Halo 3. And then you even got like a grunt running across in like one of the versions of this. Which honestly, this is something that would have been like cool to like play, like it falling out of the sky or something. I don't know. Oh, there's probably some other ones. Halo 4.5 needs to be nuked. Yeah, that was a load-bearing texture. You see, how does the Halo 3, or 1 through 3 catch-up Easter egg area at the beginning of the mission look like PBR? Oh. It looks okay, but honestly the lighting's kind of fucked up because I relit the beginning of the map. Wait, did I even say that out loud? How does the Halo 1 through 3 catch up Easter egg area look up at the beginning? And again, but yeah, like that looks good. Like the little area you go down into, but the problem is like when I relit the map, it's like way brighter than it was intended to be. And I don't, and again, it is much darker in MCC, so like that's mostly the reason why. But I think going from like a darker colored green to like just pitch white actually made the brightness go up as well, even though the power or intensity is the same as retail. So I might have to compensate and maybe even just give it some gray lights, or either that or just give it lower power, because I want it to look kind of spooky, you know, like kind of like, whoa, something might crawl out from the fucking corner and eat me, but at the same time, you know, not. That was a load bearing. Let's see. I used to think Mint Blitz made decent videos, but man, the infinite life cycle reduced them to making the exact same video every week. That's exactly what I felt like when I was literally watching his new video when I was eating lunch, and I was like, dude, I've already seen this episode. Don't forget to check out Discord. I posted it in Cool Channel. I'll just put in the normal one. I went to your messages, I think. We'll go there. It'll be easier, just in case he posted news or something. I'm just fucking the VIP channel, which I don't know. It's by the way, if you're not like anyone that's like a VIP that wasn't like a member, like a lot of people are just members, but if you're like just a VIP, it's because you were like one of the first Discord members. So some people are like, why did they get VIP? And I'm like, well, you know, that's just first come first serve, you know. That's fair. They supported me in early dire times and still are, so that's nice. Is this, yeah, you posted this, right? Concepts. Oh yeah, like this concept looks. I mean, that's what happens when you try to make a fucking Forge map, dude. You can't make like a beautiful concept and then when they like make a Forge map out of it, they're like, "Why does it look like a Forge map?" Not saying you say that, but like the devs, you know, like they make that shit like this. This would be a good Halo like version of this because like Halo has so much like accent colors and things that just bring out like you got blue sides and those colors can tell you what team what base is what base. They can tell you, you know, so they like give you information and they give you visual like breakup, you know, so it's not the monotonous whatever word, you know, it's not all the same fucking shit. It looks like someone took like made that whole map out of drywall and it looks detailed, like as detailed as a real level, but it didn't. They obviously, you know, they couldn't make it look like this, which is sad. Not because they. I mean, they could if they had dev tools, but like with Forge, they couldn't. You know what I mean? But let me see. What are we looking at here? Let me go back to the messages. Oh, is that the dude that knew all that shit? And is that the comment? Yeah, this is the dude that was talking about. TLDR, like someone knew all the measurements and this and that. Like, is there a TLDR? No. Maybe I can find the area that I was talking about. But you know, I'm not even 100% sure if this dude is dev. But honestly, like he sure seems like it because he knows exactly what he's talking about. I'm going to college for this right now. I'm like old as fuck and should have done this like a decade ago. But like. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like I'm not learning about this shit, and I'm not saying I know everything because I definitely do not, by any means, by fucking any means. Like I'm like a really smart retard, but I do know what 400 stuff looks like. Yeah, Infinite did not get everything right either, but it's like it was. I feel like honestly, I would almost say like some of the shit they didn't get right almost looks better. I'm not even gonna lie, like. Some people were like, you can't be better than Halo 3. And I'm like, in some ways, no. But in other ways, maybe. Maybe they can make it just improve, but like do the same thing, but like modern fidelity, and like in a way that you really, people would really believe they would like do it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think. I kind of want to read all of these right now. I can just read it all. I'm a former Halo Infinite developer, and I was partly responsible for the Foreigner look during production. One thing I want to clarify is why the Foreigner aesthetic doesn't fully reflect the Infinite direction. Those bronzes, blues, saturated accents, the balance between clean metal and brown and wear, the shift really trace back to a single meeting, the art director and I. Yep, and me being the Surface lead at the time spent about an hour going through legacy Halo references, showing both the lighting and texturing, which was like very obvious they did this. If you look at all their early concepts, like they all had their concepts that looked even more legacy classic than the game itself, but I feel like the game ended up being a good balance of everything, you know what I mean? But I will say, if you actually look at some of those concepts too, then you can tell they were forced to, because like it shows in several people's art, like it looked like they were specifically trying to do like a classic version with the Foreigner stuff specifically. But yeah, so that's also what I pushed. Wait, hold on. Showing the lighting and texturing teams the full range of colors, surface nuances, intentional wear. That's also what I was pushing for with dirt, grime, blending without sacrificing the signature sheen. If you saw sections in Infinite that ended up too shiny, that was usually a time constraint or issue or a late stage directional call. Most of these adjustments happen the last 1.5 years of production. It's like, yeah, and we got 9 months because they got to go freaking gold and like refine the build for final. So like they got like 9 months. And then before they had 10 months when they said this. So like, I don't know, like that means it's gonna be close to this. Like they usually, you know, like this is pretty much how it's gonna look. If people think they would need another year to change things, they won't even finish the things they want to finish in the year, I promise. There's gonna be a lot of errors that are like, oh, like this looks really great over here, but what's over here? You know what I mean? I also agree that the general sentiment of this current interpretation is more of a nod to Infinite rather than something grounded in the actual rule set of the original team created. Exactly, it's a nod. Pattern logic. I never even read this entirely. I read short version that Rebs said, and then he showed this. But everything Rebs said, I've talked to Rebs a lot, like we're friends and shit, and like he's a smart dude, but he doesn't know about infinite architecture like that. So like I could tell he was quoting someone, and then he showed the quote, or like a TLDR of a quote, you know what I mean? So like I knew that was coming from it, so I didn't really read it. But now that I'm reading it, pattern logic, line language, material hierarchy, all those are the 3 fucking key things that I'm talking about. And this is someone that worked on it, and I didn't even read that part to know that, you know, but that is exactly what I'm talking about. And it's very obvious to me, but obviously, you know, other people, I mean, they're just going to be like, you know, all of that was codified on purpose, with purpose. Today, only a couple people from that original Infinite team remain, which is fucking sad, honestly. The folks who did the heavy lifting, contractors, god damn it, and full-timers were laid off and never returned. And that's just the other thing. It's like there was so many big things involved that were just part-time. And like it's the quality and the art style of this game of Halo games in the future will always be so fucking all over the place. Some people think that it's going to be like all the same now because they're restarting. That would only happen if they had an established team, which I don't know if they're doing. But if they don't establish this current team as that's the one going forward, while only improving it and bringing new guys in that do know what's going on, you know, like then we're kind of like we're gonna get a lot of random shit because it's gonna be like mostly contractors making the art, and they're just gonna do what they can, or what they like how they see it. But unless they like have worked with them forever, like they're just gonna, you know what I mean? Like they're not gonna understand if they're just doing a contract job, and they probably won't have the same amount of care either. Who did you know, because they know it's not their future. The folks who did the heavy lifting, okay, I already read that. One of the most brilliant modelers, concept artists on the project, had strict rules about measurements, angles, and detail density. Dude, see? This is the other thing I was mentioning. And then those guidelines lived in his head pretty much, and with the layoffs and the knowledge. And see, that's something that I think I mentioned from Rebs. And then this is what happens when studios don't value the people who truly understand the craft. Exactly. A cool-looking pattern. Texture shouldn't be slapped everywhere. It was a narrative and structural meeting. Without the original team, those nuances get lost fast. If I were still at the studio, I'd pause everything. I'd have every environment artist watch this video and then sit everyone down to realign on how to actually execute Forerunner correctly. For the record, I think the new demo looks cool, and I genuinely hope the current team pulls it together. I want caution against leaning too heavily on Infinite's assets, starting to feel like too much of an asset flip-ish, and that sells short of intention behind the work. And I agree on that too. I just think like you can use Infinite's rules and still make new. You know what I mean? I feel like they definitely could, and they could even apply those things again to new things. You know, and to even bring like, yeah, like, I don't know. They definitely could, though. And to be clear, I'm not claiming Infinite got everything right either. Far from it. There are things I wish I could redo, especially in the areas that personally had the most influence. But the core philosophy, the rules, the craft, the part mattered, and that part mattered, and I love to see that respected and carried forward. No, that dude knows that's exactly the issue, though. Like, that is exactly the issue. Sorry, where's chat? Chat, where'd you go? Oh, I forgot you're over here. Sorry, it took a long time for me to read, but I really wanted to like talk about that and process it. I just realized what you were saying, Didac. I used to be... Didac, you said you can't work with green, laugh my ass off. I mean, I could. I just, dude, I don't know. Like, I'm already so balls deep in this project that, like, it's not like someone's gonna, you know, unless someone gave me, like, they're like, hey, I'll do your vehicles, or, you know, stuff that they can add that, like, would be, like, a proper port. You know, if somebody did, like, a high-quality proper port of, like, an Infinite vehicle, I'll be like, yeah, I'll use those for all my vehicles going forward. Unless they can't fit in the campaign, then I'll just keep them for everything else. But, you know, but, like, or if someone did weapons that I never did or anything, like, I would totally use them. But when it comes to, like, working on, like, something, like, a new project, like, we're making a new mission or something, yeah, like, I would have to, like, either let someone else take the reins and be like, hey, I just want to be a part of a big project, you know, and then I would just be like, just give me some stuff I can create from scratch, you know, and then here, and that'll be it. Like, I'll probably, I think if I work with someone, I'll be like that, because, dude, I used to fucking run a website, or part of the website, running a website, and I used to be, like, I used to have, like, a whole moderation team and staff, and we would even pay them and shit whenever my old YouTube stuff used to go on, and when it used to be Game Tuts and audio and shit. Like, and honestly, that shit was just toxic as hell. Like, I hated dealing with that. Like, I don't know, like, I'd rather just fucking enjoy myself and do what I'm good at, you know, and do what I love. Not always being like a fucking, like, well, this looks better, and I'm like, okay, well, that's the thing, there's always going to be someone that disagrees with you on everything, you know what I mean? Dude, look at this. Like, I really like how the vibe on this looks. This looks more like how it ended up being, even though, like, I just like how it's, like, greener. It's kind of interesting to see, like, how, like, a lot of these were posted later on, and a lot of people probably never seen them. I usually went through, like, all the shit that was posted for Infinite, though, so if there's, like, anything I haven't seen, I'll be so surprised. Some stuff, though, I'll be like, I don't remember too much of this. Because, yeah, like, this shit's trippy, because they'll, like, use 3D models and stuff, and it almost looks like it's just a game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, look at this shit. You're like, what Halo game is this? Like, I should just... Let me, like, erase the Infinite at the bottom and be like, new Halo leaked. What's that base they go to? There's no fucking sand in that game. But in this game, I'm like, oh, look, there's sand. What was the sand for? Halo Infinite campaign DLC leaked. Ends up just looking like the whole other part of the ring. That looks good, dude. Like, they made that look pretty realistic. Even had these. I bet if I just did this and be like, cut Infinite DLC or something like that, people would just get so mad. Anyways, like, I bet it would get like 1,000 likes. I'm kind of curious. Like, people would be like, what is this image called? That'd be funny. What is it? Sometimes it doesn't say anything for me. Like, I'll be like, what if it said something like that? But they put all this grass down, so it leads me away of that idea. Like, this was like a good what if, like, if this was in the other biome. Dude, they were definitely planning both these biomes for the game. You cannot say they weren't making a sand biome. Like the ending cutscene. You cannot say that we were supposed to, like, have, like, half the game in some sandy area, just like this, dude. God. Let me read these comments. I haven't reached an hour. Hold on. I'm just gonna skip some of them if I forgot those. Sorry. Halo will never get uncooked. Yeah, that's the thing, dude. That's why I'm like, every Halo's gonna lack in some major way. If it's like doing amazing one way, it's never gonna be fucking great in all ways, because they're not building a team. They're just building, like, they're just checking boxes off and finding people that can do a job. And they're getting a product made, and then it doesn't have to be the product. It just has to be a product. Oh, it's a Halo product. Okay, that's something we could ship, and we can make money off that. Okay, they're not even worried about doing, like, shit right. They kind of are, but not nearly enough. They would have to retain a good team too. Like, they can't just be like, okay, now we know what we have to do, and then assume all these new people coming in are gonna know what the fucking message is, or what we're supposed to do, or how things are supposed to be. Like, like, a lot of people might love Halo, but they might love a lot of people might come there like, I love Halo, and you find out they only love the Halos that got them to where it is now. Checking modding in general to see what this guy was working on. Oh yeah, this dude's profile is a certified banger. I spent last night archiving it. Oh, you could add that giant snake monster thing. There's more. There was some crazy environments they were going to do. Yeah, from the monster from Legend of Zelda. Yeah, that Zelda monster. Honestly, they really could have a monster like that because that's like literally one of the ring monsters. Let me go and look at some other shit too. Anything else from these? This is an encyclopedia. Let me look at your other messages. I don't think any of these will have anything that I haven't seen. I looked at this for a second and I went, what the fuck? Even that, I was like, oh. Alright. And I seen this video, or I know, I turned it off, but I didn't finish watching it. I ended up being too deep for me when I was some videos I put on and I'm like, I need to eat this or watch this while I eat lunch, not eat this. I need to watch this while I eat lunch. Here's a one. Yeah, dude, even random shit like this, like it's just a simple ass concept, but at least it's not breaking any like rules, you know. It's a little thing to break up the gameplay and the environment too. And this is, I always thought this was weird because it just hangs out of the wall, like, okay, you know, but I still like it, and this is a great example of how rounded things can be. Usually rounded things are like encased by like these type of things, or things that are shapes in the Forerunner architecture. And then if not, they're like only extruding from like a I don't know, like kind of like how that is, but on the banished ship there. I don't know if these are the ones you're making me look at, but dude, yeah, like all these like dude, all this looks so good. And dude, even if you take away the shiny triangle from Halo Campaign Evolved, and it had the same level of grime, wear, tear, and all that shit. Like even if you did that, dude, like they still didn't get the shapes. You know what I mean? Like if this was Halo Campaign Evolved, this would just go into a point. This would just come into a triangle or something. You know what I mean? Or it would like have some floaty bits, or this. Actually, they don't have that in that game. Oh, thank God. But then there would be like so much more like breakup in these panelings and shit. It wouldn't go like just straight up and down. It would be like way more detailed, I guess, if that makes sense. I post images that looks assuming, but click on them. Well, let me make sure that did I click on everything else that you wanted? Yeah, this is the Lich model that I think Glenn did, right? All works. Yeah, so like, you know, at least maybe from actually being on Halo Reach and ODST, maybe he was able to like kind of blend these styles. Like he made this look pretty decent. Like there's like way too much going on here and shit. But you know what? Like it's not terrible. You know what I mean? It's simple in a lot of ways that matter. But in some areas, like if they simplified this, it would probably make it look way better. I think Rejected Shotgun did that to his. It's like, and you could simplify that without making it being like low res or low detail, if that makes sense. Like it just, you don't need so much going on. There's just like so much going on. Sometimes it'll be like hard to like point things out, or like be like, what am I looking at again? You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's hard to explain. But good index. Oh, is that the? That's just an index for artists. Yeah, it is. Halopedia has all the good shit for that. But I mean, you know, and again, like stuff like that, like in this picture right here, like these lines, these lines right here are what I'm talking about. The line work, like and stuff like that. Like it resembles like it's kind of like Halo, you know, it's similar, but it's just doing too fucking much all the fucking time, man. Like that's the problem. And then it gets to the point where it's like they kill vibes to make it look more detailed, and it's like, I don't know, like I know there's sorry if I sound retarded sometimes when I talk. I know I say I know and a lot, and all these other things are, you know. I hate when I do that. But when I'm like trying to think, it's so hard for me to just pause. But the thing is, these like, it's like they'll even like change. Like this is like whenever you see this like type of background, these are usually like more of the holy looking vibed rooms, and then they change it to something that might only be in like a room that was meant to be for like the inner workings of the ring. You know what I mean, or something like that, where it's not like a religious site. But then the other things like that. I'm trying to think. Like, I will say, some things in Halo CE might not have been as thought out as they could have been anyways, so maybe, like, one area might go straight from, like, looking like it's a holy site to straight looking like it's something else, and where there's no breakup in between it, maybe, like, stuff like that. If they're, like, changing stuff like that to be more consistent, you know, maybe I would agree with it, but I would have to see, like, why, you know, otherwise, if they're just changing some stuff to change it, like this. They didn't change this in the front area, where it kind of looks more classic. Not a lot classic. Like, it's still the metal they use, the material. It looks like some like liquid alloy that's solidified into metal. You know what I mean? And I don't like that much. You know, it looks kind of too weird, too shiny. And then the other thing is, yeah, like it's just weird how like in the beginning of that, like when you first walk inside from outside. Like you see this, you know, and it's actually in the level, but then like other areas they don't do it. You know what I mean? So now I will say like maybe it would look clashing going from one room to that, and it just changing into actual like maybe in Halo 1 it changed too much. Like I don't know. I'm not saying it did or didn't, but like if they made changes that kind of made sense, I guess. But even if this change made sense, the art style is just still too much. It's just too much fucking like strips with lights and too much overcomplicated line work, and then everything's like too bright and clean. Oh man. Is there anything else specifically you wanted me to point out though when I look at this stuff? Oh, you had way more. Oh god, I already seen this one. Yeah, this one has like official shit. Oh shit, let me reply to my friend. I didn't even realize he was. Alright, sorry. Man, I'm gonna turn on the air in here. Alright, I'm going to go over like some of these and just check them out though, and then probably gonna get off in a little bit so I can get ready for tonight. Not get ready for tonight, but you know, just get mentally prepared. Make sure I don't forget something. I like never do shit anymore, so it's like, ugh. Where's the fucking browser? Here it is. Oh yeah, this is like one of those concepts. Like, I wouldn't doubt it if this was like purely like them like this is like if this was something they were doing when they were saying they were trying to like when they forced them to like do some early, you know, legacy Forerunner work. Like, because this doesn't even entirely look like Infinite. Like it does, obviously, but it's like there's parts of it that look even more classic. That's what I'm trying to say than Infinite. You know, with how some of these are, you know, and some of the texturing and stuff, and the kind of simplicity of it too, as well. But yeah, like there's some things where I'm just like, see, they were doing like pure imitations of classic in some of the concepts like this, and then they kind of evolved it a little bit, which I can respect, you know, like when they evolve it in a way that like that actually makes sense. Like, and like this looks good, I mean, but then again, like it could be too much, you know. Like, I don't really totally like how this goes in from, like, you know, but at the same time, like, it's not bad. And you see how it comes to a point on this back and front profile, but not the side profile, meaning like, is there a front or back? But there's not a front or back. But if you like looked at it from the front, you might see more points into the triangles from the front and back portfolio of the tower, but like not really from the side portfolio. Kind of, see, that's what I mean. So like you might see pointy triangles from the front of a Forerunner tower, right? Just like if you go to like Relic from Halo 2, it has a point to, you know, from the front, like just like this one. This is actually exactly like the Relic tower almost. But that's what it reminds me of. Like you can come to a point, but if you go to the side of the tower, it will always look like that. It would always stop and have a flat top. You know what I mean? And like, but while you could still have like, you know, a part of it that comes to a point in the front, you know. Where it's just like, there's certain things that you can get away with that. I don't know. Like, I would have to, again, really go into the rule set of the Forerunner shit to make sure everything's... Like, I'm not even saying, like, I could just draw something perfectly Forerunner, you know? Like, but I could still recognize it, you know what I mean? Or recognize when something's just like, well, that doesn't look right. But yeah, those are perfect examples of that. And that's what, like, literally all the devs, they should have gone over all this. I would assume they would have. Like, it's kind of like... You know, what's that emoji where you're like, you know, you're like, ugh. You're like, uh-oh. You know, like, you're like, I think that might be bad. It might be alright. You know, like, I don't know. We'll see. But, yeah, it's kind of like one of those things. Like, it's definitely something to worry about. Are those Forerunners or Banished ships? The Infinity... I was watching this intro the other day, and I noticed that this ship that hits it is already, like, damaged as fuck and broken apart before it hits the ship. And I was, like, wondering if that was just laziness, or if they just sacrificed a damaged ship and they were just, like, and they're actually being smart about it. Like, in the art. Like, I was just kind of like, wait, I can't tell if it's... which one. But this art's just like, this is like if Halo 5 was still gonna be like how it looks. But then again, even then, it still looks way better than Halo 5 in some ways, because you have like a lot of things that aren't like, you know, like up here, like this looks pretty cool, or, you know, right here. Like there's a lot of stuff in this that looks really cool, but I think this was still almost during that, when they were still kind of being directed under that Halo 5 art style. And then I'm pretty sure I just clicked on that earlier. Yeah, wait, no, this is different. It's similar. Like, look how, like, flat his, like, you know, like his body, or make his shoulders look. Like, it looked like they were trying to imitate Halo 3 Chief a lot more originally. All the artists were, like, using this placeholder model that, if you, like, look at all the earlier models, they have these, like, lines going through the back here, and they're, like, a little narrower and stuff. But all the artists had the same, like, early model. The shoulders were flatter and shit. I actually didn't like it, but I did like it, but I do think the changes were good. Dude, this looks fucking cool. Man, I'm gonna download this. I like how this looks. It's like a really simplified version of what I would expect from an Oni facility. Like, they made them look good, but, like, honestly, like if you're trying to make, like, a more simple art style and, like, a modern fidelity, it would probably be between this and what we got, you know what I mean? Because sometimes some things I was like, they don't look bad, but they could look even better. Oh, look, there I am. Oh. Let's see, any other comments that I need to read real quick? There's some more. There was some crazy environments where they're going to. Yeah, the monster from Legend of Zelda. It looks unassuming, but click on them. Oh, I've seen those. Yeah, people are praising them, making the Forerunner art style homogeneous with Infinite, but it's not even the Infinite. art style and campaign involved. No, that's exactly like Erdine, like how people like see Infinite and Halo campaign evolved, and they think those Forerunner architectures are the same. And I'm like, that's why so much people like fucking like, I don't know, if you grew up seeing it every day, maybe it would be different. If you were like one of those dudes that's like fucking like, I'm gonna be honest, like I loved Halo when I was a kid. It's like my favorite game, but then like I swear I took like an 8-year break from it. That's why a lot of people probably never even, you know, like probably seem like I'm new in the scene or whatever, you know what I mean? But like I've been like that long of a fan, just like most people that are still involved with Halo. Like you probably got to be one of those people, you know, to be one of those. Like you got to be involved and kind of obsessed with it. But it's like I feel like anyone that is still involved like with Halo, like as a fan, and they're not like a kid or like 24 or below, like then like I feel like they should be able to see all this shit. You know what I mean? Because that means they at least grew up with it and like, you know, like. It's just so obvious to me. And I mean, I am like an artist, I guess, and a dev or whatever, or like striving to be one, so I guess that might help. I want to send a tip, but it's forcing me to get a PayPal rip. You can do a tip through TipJar, or you can buy memberships. Those are both different. So one's through Google Pay, and then one is through, I don't know what this does. I forgot what Streamlabs does. Yeah, I don't know, but it's not a huge deal, obviously. But if you don't want to use PayPal, like if you can pay already on YouTube, you can just buy memberships for people, and honestly, that's like just as beneficial, kind of, you know, in a way. Keeps things going, keeps the channel popping. Oh fuck, I just realized the dog is still in here. Kind of feel bad because like he'll just be fucking in the zone over there. He probably needs to go pee right now. This is what I was gonna send. You might need to make the Google Drive for you and other modders. Sometimes it's just gonna take some person to get shit in motion. Yeah, I think we can make like a community website or drive, or like a website to like post stuff, or just like Halo, you know, where it's like, or you can just download tags and shit, because obviously you can download people's mods, but you can't like download their tags. And honestly, Nexus shouldn't be the go-to for everything, especially when they're like strict about weird shit anyways. Like I just want to post shit without worrying about it. That's pretty much all Forerunner stuff I have. Okay, yeah, I mean that was good. That showed everything I like. That showed all the like exactly what every, you know, the comment was talking about, where, you know, they're not following the rule, you know, the pattern. Basically everything that makes it look that way. This is neat. He's making other game content, but still looking like Halo 4 and 5 for some reason. What is this? Does he still work there? Yeah, I don't think he does. Forgot, but like some of his art was actually really good though. He was that one that did the ones I showed, some of the ones I showed earlier. Let me read some comments, but yeah, it's 5. I'm about to hop off. My dog's whining back there now, so I know he needs to pee. Interesting banish. We have a lot of interesting banish locations. We need a horror game where single root's hunting a human down. Took a break from Halo 4 and came back at the end of 5. Yeah, I mean, after I modded Halo 4, I had the most like downloads, I think, on the file browser, probably I think in the world, if you combined all my downloads. I didn't have the top download, but I had like most of my downloads were like on the top, you know what I mean? So like it's like combined, they were like I think I had like the most downloads, I'm pretty sure, at least at one point whenever I uploaded them. But it's because I uploaded all these modded game types and like things you can do. But yeah, and then on Halo 5, I came back and I was like, damn dude, like, I don't know about the campaign, that shit's weird. Definitely doesn't even feel like or look like Halo. And they completely lied about what the game's even about in the ads. The campaign ended up being terrible. But when I played the multiplayer, I was like, damn dude, like, I actually really like this game. But it's like imitating Halo, so it makes me feel kind of fucking weird. Because it's like it's Halo, but it's not Halo. Like Halo 5 was like the weirdest thing, because I actually feel like I would, if Halo 5 looked like Halo Infinite, the multiplayer, right? I would think that multiplayer was better than Halo Infinite's or almost any multiplayer that's existed. At the same time, like, I'm not like a huge fan of all perpetual, you know, like Spartan abilities and shit, but for that one game, it wasn't terrible. You know what I mean? But I will say, if the Spartans just looked classic, if all the weapons looked classic, if all the vehicles and enemies looked classic, man, that would have been the biggest fucking blast ever, in my opinion. And I hate to say that's all that really would have changed or improved it for me, but I mean, honestly, like, that would have changed so much for me. But yeah, I mean, Warzone and Halo Infinite would have been great, man, with full depth quality, you know, like making something of that quality, and like those big ass maps with all that AI, but and having like some of the bosses and shit. Like, I don't know, man, like Halo 5, I just didn't think it looked good and the story was garbage, but like it was a good game, like in ways it was. It's an embarrassment, but at the same time, there was parts of it that you know, that weren't terrible. But yeah, don't shock the dog.
Jake, you want to get the shock collar?
He just thinks I want to play now. But I guess I'm about to hop off, and before I do, I'm gonna just go everything real quick. So like, I'm gonna probably update this wall next time, but just in case you're only seeing the end of it, I'm kind of like updating textures to be PBR, and it's making some really awesome improvements. Like, you can really see the detail here now, and overall it's making the whole level feel more bearable, and it matches a lot more with the weapons and the characters that I'm upgrading, and it's all bringing it all together a lot more. I will say, like, I want to change that whole skybox out, something even better, but we'll get to that. And then this area out here that looks like someone threw up, like, I want to just delete that and then load in that BSP so you can just see the BSP, you know what I mean? Pretty sure I can just do that because it is actually out here. It's not like an image, you know? So, like, I could probably just delete this object, whatever that is, or, like, at least make the textures invisible. And then now my dog's really wanting to pee, so I'm gonna go, guys. But I'm gonna, like, update stuff like that as well, and then try to make everything just, like, even, like, just looking at this wall, even though there's literally a flat white. Look at this texture, white right here. That's using the same texture as this, which is literally nothing. There's like several parts of this level that are just untextured. But I'm gonna fix that shit as well, since, you know, somehow they missed all that. But alright, guys, I'm gonna go let the dog out and eat some dinner and get ready to go out to the old gaming arcade or whatever we're doing. It's my friend's birthday, so Bungie did that too in the REIT, are we saying? Halo 4 and 5 would have been great. It would have been a new great IP. It honestly would have. Hell, even a Halo, like if they made like a Metroid but on Xbox, that would have been like a fucking hit. Hell, even a Halo Universe game that's not mainline Halo, dude. Even if like, and then maybe that would have been more acceptable to have such drastic and jarring change. Bungie did that too in Reach. They used a dark gray as a generic texture. Later, Corpse. All right, guys. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. And then Ohio, can we make sure your message that wasn't? Oh yeah. That is. I knew what you're talking about. But dude, there's that like Macworld worm that does the same type of shit, I think, as that one, or, well, yeah, I don't know what that one does, but it comes out of the ground and hits you. You know, they can totally add that in as a desert, like, ambient enemy to just kind of make the level more fun to interact with. But all right, I'm going. Peace out. I'll see you guys in the chats, on the discords, and all that good stuff.